All right, so again, welcome, just letting folks in. So you're joining the EEC systems training. All right. Are we ready to pull up the slide deck?
Yes, so Kristen, I think you'll be driving this morning. And good morning, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. Hope everyone has air conditioning or a fan on. Wonderful.
And could everyone see presenter mode?
Yes, you are good.
Yes.
Excellent.
All right. So again, good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome to the Contract Provider Core Services training for EEC systems. So today's training, we'll be walking through the different EEC systems that you use to drive the work that you do with families around childcare financial assistance. Continue to go to the next slide. All right, so before we get started on content, we're just going to go through a few housekeeping items while folks are still joining and coming in. Please just make sure your Zoom settings are the way you want, that you are muted unless speaking, just to ensure no background noise. If you could put your name, role, and organization in the chat, that would be great. Helps us with attendance. And if you could just ensure that your name is your first and last name. If you'd like to add your organization, you may on your Zoom display. And if you have any technical trouble throughout today's session, you can message one of the EEC hosts. So when you go to the chat, you'll be able to select a host through Zoom, and we can help you kind of in the background. Next slide. All right, so as we move through today's training, please feel free to put questions in the chat as we go through. There will be a number of natural pauses where we will do our best to answer questions. Things that are very, case specific, we may have to take offline, as well as things that are more policy or procedural that we may not be able to answer them in today's session. We will do our best. But we'll, return answers to folks after the training if needed. When we are asking you for feedback or if you have questions, please use the raise your hand feature, and then we will certainly call on you and give you a chance to come off mute and speak. And again, just keeping your microphone on mute to reduce feedback. We know that you're all busy in your program, and so understanding if you need to step away, go off camera for a moment, that is fine. All right, next. All right, so today's agenda, we are going to walk through the different systems that you use in administering childcare financial assistance. So we've done kind of the welcome. We're going to talk a little more about the goals of today's session. We are going to walk through how you as a family access administrator use the Kinderweight system. And then we will be breaking for lunch around noon. We expect to probably give 45 minutes for lunch, just knowing that folks are going to be on with us all day and trying to ensure that we get out on time this afternoon, so we can adjust that. But we'll be breaking around noon for lunch, and then moving into the childcare financial assistance system. So talking about how you're using that system in your work with families in processing cases. We'll leave some time for discussion and questions at the end, and also, be taking them throughout the day. All right. So some introductions. So my name is Elise Tibbetts. I'm the Priority Access Manager here at EEC. I'm going to turn it over to Bethany next.
Thank you, Elise. So Bethany Glass, Director of Child Care Financial Assistance, and good morning. Before we go ahead and introduce the team, I did just want to say that today you're going to be hearing, as you see, from a variety of folks from EEC who are going to be delivering this training. So we'll give each person an opportunity to introduce themselves and their title, and then we'll talk a little bit more about our goals for today. So Alicia, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Alicia Sarian-Wells, Senior Associate Commissioner for Program Integrity and Internal Controls, and welcome. Glad to see you all today.
Thank you, Alicia. Carmen?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carmen Quiñones. I am the Subsidy Policy and Technical Assistance Specialist.
All right, thank you, Carmen. Joanna?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanna, and I am with the Financial Assistance Unit.
Thank you, Joanna. Brenda?
Good morning, everyone. Brenda Hodzowicz. I'm also with the Financial Assistance Unit.
All right, and then from our product and systems team, Kristen?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Berry, and I'm the Family Experience Product Owner on our product team. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Kristen. Mohair?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm from CCFA. I'm the technical trainer here.
Thank you, Mohair. Bala?
Morning, everybody. I'm Bala Yaramseti. I'm the Senior Business Analyst on the CCF application.
All right, thank you, Bala. And I think that Augie will be joining us a little later. So this is the team today that will be presenting all this great information about the systems to you. We could go to the next slide. All right, so just to ground us a little bit in the goals of our training, for many of us, especially those of us who have been through all of the systems trainings, we've been on a marathon together. That's what we like to call it, that we've been really building as we go around the key program areas that the contract requires of you, building that content, really working together as EEC and you as our contracted providers to just know and understand the needs and the support that you need. And really to round off this series, this is now the systems training where you are really going to get the systems aspects of the training for everything that we've talked about in CCFA policy and so forth. So hopefully for those of you in the room who are actually going to be doing this, or for those of you who are just overseeing those who will be working within the Kinderweight or CCFA system, this training today will really give you the how to use these systems when it comes to childcare financial assistance and really helping to operationalize those systems as you're working with families. So for you today, what you're going to get is really a scenario-based live demo, really the actual system steps on how to, on the areas that we thought were most valuable to you, on just getting started, getting a refresher on these systems. And we hope that it's useful to you. And as Elise said, using the questions, we really want to hear your feedback, whether that's through the chat or if you have questions about what is presented today. Now for EEC, our hope is to demonstrate, like I just said, how to use these systems during the family's journey. So I talked a little bit about the scenarios, and we really wanted to make it real to you as you are working with families, assessing them for eligibility, but also supporting them of how these systems integrate with that. So hopefully you will get that today. And we definitely want to understand and discuss where you're at and where you may need some additional support. Now, this training today, we know that we're not going to cover every single piece of it. There are some resources that will guide you to at the end, so that you are able to, get a little more information. And also, there are some resources through trainings that we'll talk about a little later that Mohair does, that will also be able to provide some support to you. So you're going to be hearing from the systems team, but also we'll be grounding you in a lot of the policies that we have talked about, so that you are able to operationalize it. We could go to the next slide. And so now Elise will cover the EEC systems overview aspect.
Great. So again, just some grounding here that, we're recognizing the number of systems that you currently use to support families and manage the administration of childcare financial assistance as family access administrators. These systems support the processes as well as our program integrity. Currently, EEC uses Kinderweight to manage the front door in applying for childcare financial assistance and managing families who are waiting for funding. Once they're offered funding, those details are transferred over to Kinderweight, and then the childcare financial assistance system allows FAAs to manage that process from there for contracts and vouchers. So, really today is to capture that full journey, all the way up until, billing from a family's coming in on the front door. Knowing both these systems feed information to other sources. So just thinking about how crucial it is to have accurate information, that, we're entering things in the way that it's intended accurately. And then really just thinking as part of your contract for the modernization of EEC systems. Many of you have been involved in some of our work related to the family portal, which will be taking the place of Kinderweight systems at some point in the next fiscal year. And so really just, that EEC sees you as a partner in understanding what's working and not in the system currently, as we build new systems to support the process more efficiently, and to improve the experience for, both families and you as administrators.
All right. So hopefully you are all ready to get going. And again, we want you to think about the family's journey. So we usually refer to a family's journey really around eligibility and sort of taking us through, and it all begins with the wait list. So that's where we're going to start this morning, talking about the wait list and giving you an overview of that system. So I'm going to hand it off to Brenda, Joanna, and Kristen, who are going to take us through the wait list overview. And as we said before, we're going to stop intermittently to sort of let you ask questions, and the EEC team may chime in with some additional information or reminders. So hopefully we're ready to go, and we will get started. So Brenda, Kristen, and Joanna, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you, Bethany. So we're just going to go over the waitlist overview. I'm just going to go over some highlights, some key points before we actually start demoing. So on the placement on waitlist process flow, this is the initial step when a family reaches out to be placed on the waiting list. So they're going to contact the family access administrator, and we're going to want to make sure that we're educating the family on what the wait list is. It's a state waiting list, and to make sure that they're aware that anyone can contact them, another contractor provider or CCR&R. So it's just not the contractor provider that they are reaching out to. You're going to conduct the soft eligibility, which not only getting contact information, but also you're going to be going through the priority codes with the family. And just a reminder, when you're going over the questions, some of this information can be sensitive, so just be mindful of your tone when talking to the family about all the different scenarios. If the family passes a soft eligibility, they're going to be added to the wait list. You're going to check off all the priority access codes that pertains to the family. You're going to print or email a confirmation notice, whichever is the family's preferred method, whether you're going to mail it or email it. And if the family does not pass the soft eligibility, they're going to be added to the wait list and then removed immediately, so their status will be changed to terminated. Then you're going to send the removal notice as well as a request for review. Now, the family can request to stay on the waiting list. You're just going to want to make sure you note it, why the family was removed, and that they requested to stay on. It could be over income. The family could tell you that their income is going to change within the next few months, so you're going to want to put that in your notes. But then you're also going to want to counsel the family that if a funding availability notice does go out to them and they're still over income, they're not going to be eligible for child care financial assistance, and they will be removed from the waitlist at that time. And an important reminder, families must not be determined ineligible due to citizenship status alone.
Thank you, Brenda. And I just wanted to add in some of these slides that you all are going to see. You already have the slides. We will be sending the slide deck to you, so you will get a copy of it. But again, some of these, it's just a refresher around it. So sorry, go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you. So current waitlist, how it works, just a high level overview. There's 3 basic stages. So when you do the waitlist intake and the family's placed on the waiting list and the screening is complete, their status is active. When you reach out to the family to offer funding, the status gets changed to pending because now they have a funding availability notice that has been sent to them. And the notice is going to say that the family has 15 days to respond. The family responds and they're interested in working with the Family Access Administrator and they're interested in the funding offer, the status will be changed to pending pre-enrollment. And when you're doing the soft eligibility screening, before you start, just make sure that you ask the family their preferred language, their preferred method of communication. Ask if there's any special accommodations that are needed before proceeding with the call. And ask if you're speaking to the parent or guardian. In some cases, it might be a family member that's calling for the family or an agency. And always remember, soft eligibility screenings must be done with each family before you're adding them to the wait list. So you're going to go through, get their contact information, name, residency, citizenship status of the child or children that are seeking care. So you're looking to make sure that they are a resident of Massachusetts, that the child who is seeking care is under 13, or if there's a special need, they're under 16. And then again, the citizenship status of the child who is seeking care. You're going to go through the priority codes. This is going to help determine how you can support the family moving forward, what their needs are, as well as you're going to get their income and household composition information and what their activity is to make sure that they're qualifying under income eligibility.
I do just want to add here too that this is not part of the system. So just a reminder for folks that we've provided you through the CCFA policy training, the questions for soft eligibility that Brenda just talked about very broadly. So making sure that you incorporate and thinking about like the program integrity piece and what we talked about in that training for those of you who attended, just building in those systems and that infrastructure into your agency so that at these crucial touch points, the questions that we provided you are able to be asked. And as Brenda said, being mindful of the information that we are asking and the sensitivity around that as you're working with families. But you will need to incorporate this into your process and then using that information, then putting those priority codes into the system.
And placing families on the waiting list. So all families who are seeking a contracted seat must first be placed on the EEC waiting list. The 2 exceptions, families who have received a DTA or DCF referral. Now, if a family thinks they might be eligible for a DTA or DCF referral, they can still be placed on the waiting list just in case they are not eligible to receive a referral and they don't lose their spot on the waiting list. So they don't lose any time by not being placed on the waiting list. So you're going to establish the wait list record if needed by adding or reactivating a family. You're going to determine priority codes. Again, go through the stock eligibility questions, assessing priority statuses. And then last, we're going to educate the family. What's going to happen next? Next steps. They're going to receive a confirmation notice. Make sure that they're where they have to keep their information current, their phone number, their address, email address, and they should be checking in annually to keep their status on the wait list active and that they're currently waiting for care. Let them know when funding is offered. They'll receive a notice. They need to respond to all the communication that they received to make sure that they remain eligible on the wait list and they're active. And the family can update their priority statuses at any time. So if there's a change from something different than what they initially said, they can give you a call and let them know that they can change their priority status to be updated. And if anybody doesn't have anything else to add to that, I can pass that over to Kristen.
Yeah, and Elise, there is a question in the chat that you might want to just add in, and I could just talk a little bit about the DCF piece of it too, because I just wanted some reminders, that we're making sure we're supporting families who think they might be eligible. This slide is really talking about families who've received a DCF referral, so we know that they are eligible, but supporting families who come to you who may have are saying that they may be open and supporting them with the connections that you have at the DCF area office. And then for DTA, at least the question came up around if a DTA is saying they are not eligible for a voucher, are we required to put them on the wait list?
So, I mean, it definitely depends on what DTA benefits a family is, receiving. So, many DTA families, if they're just receiving SNAP benefits, are not going to be eligible. And so you would treat them the same as, any other income eligible family to ensure that, Kara, do you want to come off mute? Because it sounds like there's now more to the question.
Yeah, the question is, we have families that call us who say that their DTA caseworker says that they're not eligible for a voucher. So we want to know what we need to collect. Do we need an email from the DTA caseworker or something that kind of proves that so that we can put them onto Kinderweight?
No, you should absolutely be putting any family, on the wait list, because there's a lot of nuance to who's eligible. If they're on cash assistance, you're going to want them to work with their full engagement worker at DTA to be eligible in that way, that they're engaged in a work related activity. But many families who are getting DTA benefits, so maybe SNAP only, may not be eligible for childcare through that agency. And so you absolutely want to secure their wait list as you figure out, if they are in fact eligible through that agency or not.
But how would we find out if they're eligible, like especially if we're taking them off? Do we need something in writing from DTA that says that they're not eligible for a voucher so that we can put them in an income eligible slot?
I mean, you should be asking the question, if you have a question, if a family's saying, I am on cash assistance with my children from DTA, and you have a question, you can work with your family access specialist for us to help determine why DTA is not able to refer them. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, I mean, DTA doesn't have a form that they're going to give you that says, they're not eligible. Again, there's a lot of, there's rules around the eligibility through that agency. So if you have a question because a family is saying, yes, I did get cash assistance in the last 2 years. Yes, I am on cash assistance now. And you're saying, okay, you're not able to get a referral, I would ask you to work with your family access specialist to help determine why from the agency.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so thank you both. And now we've been grounded in just some of the general reminders around Kinderweight, how to get a family on, the overview, soft eligibility, etc. And I'll turn it over to Kristen to talk about the system.
Awesome. Thanks, Bethany. Hi, everyone. So as Bethany mentioned, I'm going to be delving into the system and the details around how to use Kinderweight using a scenario-based approach. So The very first thing I'm going to walk through with you is what we call the Kinderweight agent utilities, and I'll show the Kinderweight system in just a moment. But basically, it's just an introduction to the user interface and the display of Kinderweight and how you can use some of the search functionality. So just give me a moment while I stop sharing. Okay. Okay, can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So first, as I mentioned, I want to talk you through what we refer to as the Kinderweight agent utilities. So on the left side of the screen here, where you can see my mouse, you can see that there's different areas of the application that you can click on under this agent utilities section. And you'll notice that there's multiple different options under here, and these are actually different search options. Each search option offers different functions, such as the ability to change the status for everyone in the results or for just a selected group. So I'm going to click on applications. Okay, I'll just clear here. Okay, so the application section can be used to locate a specific family. You can also find the most recent families that have been viewed or edited in the drop-down section. So you can see here previous applications, and then you can just see a list of the most recent ones here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this family status option. Oops. Okay, so the family search is used for finding groups of families based on their family characteristics and different family criteria. This is commonly used for things like renewal letters, mailing labels, and family versus child-specific notification. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this option here, what I'm highlighting, which is child status. Okay. So the child status or child search space is used to find eligible children and also to run funding letters. And you'll definitely see that in action as we walk through the scenario. You'll also notice that there's this duplicate applications function. We're actually not going to really talk about that today because you're not going to be using this very much. But the very last thing I want to point out is the search utility function here. So I'm going to click on this search utility. Okay, here we go. So as you can see under the search criteria here, this section is used for finding groups based on criteria that are not specific to an individual. So things like application date, active since date, and last modified date. Okay. A couple of other things I want to show you before we start to delve into the scenario. So under this quick link section up here on the left side of the screen, and then under documents, I'm going to click on documents. You're going to see that there's different documents here that you can access, such as eligibility rules for Massachusetts, the funds available checklist. And what I really want to show you here is this training guide here. So if you ever have any questions about Kinderweight, those questions should be addressed in this training guide, and I'll just click on view so you can see what it looks like. So you can always feel free to access that first. And of course, if you don't find the information there, you can feel free to reach out to EEC. And then the last thing I want to show you is something that's going to help you for when you're pulling families off the wait list. And I just want to note that only specific people will have access to this function. And those specific people are those who have agency admin permissions for Kinderwait. So again, on the left side of the screen, under agency admin utilities, so right here, oops, you can click on zip code utility. And you can see here, this is just a list of pre-designed zip code groupings. So if you serve multiple counties, you can create a zip code grouping by county. It just really depends on your needs. So as you can see, some of these have already been predefined, like Boston zip code lists, Springfield lists, etc. For the purposes of this demo, our family, you'll see, lives in Acton. So and we already have the Acton zip list just because I already created it. But what you would do to actually create the list is you would click on, so right next to refresh, you would click on add new zip list. So I'll click there. And then for the zip list name, of course, you can name it whatever fits your needs. For the purposes of the demo today, I would put Acton, and then I would just list all of those zip codes within Acton. So 01718 and 01720. Okay. And normally you would go in and click save. I'm not going to do that just because I've already created this list. So any questions so far before I get into the scenario? No questions. Great. Okay. So now that we've learned a bit about the user interface of the application, we're going to go through the exercise of adding a family to the wait list, offering this family funding, and we're going to be discussing other aspects of using Kinderwait. And for these exercises, we are going to be using this family that you see here under scenario A with a father named Fred Flintstone. Fred Flintstone calls in to get on the wait list for childcare financial assistance. He has 2-year-old twins and a new baby on the way. He needs childcare as soon as possible, and his wife is pregnant and due soon. So now I'm going to minimize this, go back to Kinderwait. Everyone can still see Kinderwait?
Yeah, and also, Kristen, we did get a question in the chat after we had moved on by Eloise.
EEC, I guess.
Yes,
so.
Find zip codes.
Sorry, the question was what around zip codes?
Just where do you find the zip codes, I guess?
Oh, okay. So to get to, if it's about finding the zip, oh, are you saying just like to see what zip codes are associated with what? Like county or city or town?
You're asking
Yeah,
for.
Eloise, do you want to ask?
Sorry, Brenda, did you want to say something?
No, I think Carmen had just asked, like, had responded to her in the chat because we're not sure, like, if she's like,
Yeah.
how do you find the zip code in the area, or how do you find like the zip code utility?
She responded, I'm just saying you have to get out of Kinderwait, go on to Google and find all the zip codes in the area that you're looking for, and then go back in and put it all back. Okay. All right. I didn't know if there was a search in Kinderwait that automatically, put it in for you. Okay. Thank you.
Got it. No, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, no, that's a good question. But yes, you would have to go out of the system to find that information to actually see which zip codes are within the town. Yeah, exactly. Okay, great. Okay, so so you get the call in from Fred Flintstone. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add Fred to the wait list. So what I'm going to do is under aging utilities, I'm going to click on applications. Okay. And you'll notice here that there is this area to enter search criteria. And that's because before you add a new person to the waitlist, it's really important to search through Kinderwait first to make sure that they're not already on the waitlist. It is also best practice to search through CCFA to make sure that the family doesn't already have an authorization. So now let's do this. So make sure that you clear the search records so that an old household ID isn't still in there. So I'm going to click clear right here. Okay, so we're all set. So I'm going to go ahead and for parent first name, I'll put in Fred. And then for parent last name, I'll put in Flintstone. So now let me do a search. Okay, no records found. Okay, so that's promising. But you really want to be extra diligent in making sure the family isn't already in here. So I'm not going to just search for Fred Flintstone. I'm also just going to search for Flintstone because maybe the first name was entered incorrectly or something like that. So I'm just going to search for Flintstone. Okay, no records found still. Okay, but again, I want to be extra certain the family isn't already in there. So you should also try searching by just, as I mentioned, just the last name, which we just did, or by the children's names. So I asked the children's names. One child's name is Barney. So I'm going to, let me see, is there a Barney Flintstone in here? So Barney for child first name and then Flintstone as the last name. I'm going to search. No records found. And then I would go ahead and ask Fred his other kids' names and put those in too. But everything is showing no records found, so I think we are good to go. Great. Okay, so now I'm going to click on Add New Application. Okay, so first name, I'm going to put Fred. Just so you know, middle name is a required field, but it sounds like Fred does not have a middle name. So if there is no middle name or if there's no middle name, you just have to make sure that you do select no middle name. And then I will put Flintstone. Here we go. And then continue. And now you can see Kinderweight brings you to this, this main application summary page. So you can see the household details section, parent details, children, eligibility, status history, etc. So we're going to be looking at the screen a lot. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay. And yes, as I mentioned, this all shows you the details for the household and the household record. So now I'm going to click on Edit under Household. And here I'm going to put in the details for the household. So the address, Fred tells me, is 411 Massachusetts Avenue. Okay, Acton, Massachusetts. The zip code 01720. Perfect. And you will see there's also this field called preferred zip codes. So you should also be sure to ask the parent whether they have a preferred zip code. And the preferred zip code is basically where the family prefers their child to be seeking their child care. So even though their home zip code is 01720, maybe they want their child to be at a program that's close by to their work. So in that situation, you would be asking them for their work zip code, and that would be their preferred zip code. So just a note there to make sure you're asking families about that. Sounds like Fred doesn't have a preferred zip code other than his home zip code. If you don't put in a new mailing, if you don't put in a mailing address that's different from the address you've already put in, it'll just default to that address, so that's fine. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click Save. Okay, and as you can see, when you click Save, the system on the back end is actually doing a cross-reference against USPS, and they're going to correct the address that you input if they need to, or they'll let you know if it's not a valid address. So, okay, so this is fine. Been corrected. Okay, it still has the same information, so I'm going to click OK. You can also click Cancel to continue with the original address you put in. Okay, so now you're back to your application summary page. So under parents, I'm going to click add new parent. You can see it's already pre-filled Fred Flintstone. Again, I want to select no middle name. Okay, so gender, I'm going to put as male. Marital status, he is married. English. Social security number is not required, although the system itself does have it as a required field. So what you can do is you can just select the decline box. Okay, so the email address, fredflintstone@gmail.com. Cell phone number is 646-267-5146. Excellent. Okay. And parent activities. So it sounds like Fred is employed. So I'll click OK. And now I am going to click Save. Okay. So now if I go back into edit under Fred Flintstone, because I had selected employment, I can now add information under these sections below: employment and training and monthly income. So I'm going to click add new employer or training. And this is where I'm going to add Fred's employment. So click employment here. The name of the employer is Foundation Care. I would put in the other information if needed. And I will hit save. Okay, and now under monthly income, I will click on add new income. So depending on how the family reports their income, there are a couple of ways you can input this information. So for example, you can select monthly, and then you would just put in their monthly payment if they know their monthly income. So let's say their monthly income is $4,000. Now you would click calculate, and it brings up your calculated income, and then you would just click copy to monthly income, and it would copy below. And then income type is employment. So you could do that. But if they know their hourly rate and hours per week, you could input that information as well. So I'll just show you really quick. If you click on hourly, so let's say their hourly rate is $20 an hour. Let's say they're working 40 hours per week. You would click calculate, and it does that calculation for you. And then you, again, click copy to monthly income, and then it copies it right there. You can also give them the option to use EEC's online calculator. There isn't like a direct link to that from here, but we can share that link with you. And that's something that they can access from the EEC website as well. And just a note that this is all an estimate. We're not collecting any income verification information at this point. So this is really just all an estimate. So just for the purposes of this demo, I'll change this to monthly. Fred says that his monthly income is $2,000. I'll click calculate and copy to monthly income. Excellent. Okay. I'm going to save. And now save. Okay. So I also want to enter information for Fred's wife. So under parents, I'm going to click add new parent again. Again, it brings me to this detail page, and I'm going to add the details for Fred's wife, Wilma. So I'll put in Wilma as the first name, again, no middle name, last name Flintstone, gender female, marital status married, language is English. I'm going to decline the social security number. Okay, her email address is wilmaflintstone@gmail.com. Her phone number is 619-980-2229. Okay, and she is not working currently, so I'm not going to put in anything for parent activities, and then I will click save. Okay, so we have her information in here as well now.
Kristen.
Yep.
Really quickly, I know that there's not an asterisk on the parents' date of birth, but we definitely want to add that in if we haven't.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry about that. I actually do have that. I'm not sure why I didn't put it in.
No
Thank
problem.
you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, good point. Okay. So I'll go back in. So I asked Fred, so it sounds like his date of birth is 1/1/1989. Okay, excellent. So let me save that. And I'm going to edit Wilma's information. Okay, it looks like her birth date is 4/2/19. Okay, excellent. And I'll save that. Thank you for flagging that. Excellent. Okay, so now I'm going to add in the information for Fred and Wilma's children. So I'm going to just click below here, this drop down, and you can see it gives me this ability to add new child. So I will go ahead and do that. Okay, so it defaults the child application date to today's date. So the child needs childcare as soon as possible. So the service required date is really just whenever they need childcare to start. And since they need it as soon as possible, I'm just going to have it as today's date as well. Okay. Family type, standard. Okay. Oops. Okay. So the first name is Pebbles. And then middle name, again, I'll select no middle name. And then last name is Flintstone. Okay, and then the birth date is 4/16/2023. Oops, 23. Gender, female. Again, I will just click decline for the social security number. And here I just want to point out, here is where you would put information on priority codes. And you can see that this is a required field. So during the soft eligibility check, so when you are having that conversation with the family, if the family didn't identify with any soft eligibility questions, you would just select general priority right here. But I do want to just show you some of the other options in this priority code selector. So you are able to select, if they mention this, that they're a child of foster care, maybe it's a child of a homeless family, child of military personnel, a child with special needs. So you can see that there's lots of different options you can select here. And again, that priority code will have been identified during that soft eligibility conversation. So for this scenario, there is no particular priority, but because it's a required field, you still have to select something. So I'm going to go ahead and select general priority. Another thing I did want to mention is that there's this special needs section as well. So this is like if the family has a special need associated with their application, or maybe the child does. So you could click here and then you would put a little note on what that special need is. I'll just pause. Any folks from EEC want to add anything around priority codes?
No, the only thing is if they are checking off that they have a special need, that they're also checking that priority code off as well, special need of child.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So if you did select this, then you would also be selecting, special need of child.
And Brenda, they could choose more than one, right? So
Yep.
A family may have multiple needs, and you may have already covered that, but making sure we click each one that applies, and then being able to update if information comes to you later on in the process, sort of going back and editing and updating this too will be important.
Mm-hmm. Great.
In the priority code as well, if you have all family members have to be entered into Kinderweight. So even if you have a child who does not need care, they're still part of the household, they'll still be entered. And then if you just want to show them the priority code, Kirsten, that they would check off.
Yeah, right here.
Yep.
No priority. Yeah. Other family member.
So all children should have at least one priority code checked. They can have multiple. So if they are just part of the household but not seeking care, then they would have no priority.
Okay. Okay. So let's see, back to Pebble. So I'm going to have her grade as none because she's too young to be in a grade, and then language English. And I will click save. Okay. So now I'm going to put information in for Fred's second child. So I will click again, add new child. So again, defaults to the child application date of today. I'll also make the service required date today. Family type standard. Okay. First name is Barney. We'll check no middle name. Last name is Flintstone. Same date of birth. Okay. And then gender male. And then I will decline again the social security number. And again, just for this scenario, the priority code is going to remain is the same because Fred didn't highlight any specific priority codes during the soft eligibility conversation. So we'll leave it as general priority. And then grade is none. And then language is English. Okay. So we have entered the information for the twins, but since Wilma is pregnant with their third child, you do want to make sure to add information for the unborn child. So I will click on Add New Child. Okay. So again, say child application date is today. This time I'm actually going to change the service required date since the child is not born yet and won't need care right now. I'm going to so I asked Fred, and that service required date is 9/9/2025. Standard family again, and they don't have a name yet, so I'll just put in no name. You have to enter something, so I'll put no name and then no middle name, and then I'll stick with the family name, Flintstone. And then for the birth date, you can just use the due date. So it sounds like the due date is 7/4/2025. Perhaps the gender is unknown, but you have to do something. So I can do male right now. And then I will decline the social security number. And then again for priority code, I will do general priority and I'll click OK. Then I'll do none for grade and then language English. Okay, and as Brenda mentioned earlier, you want to put in information for all household members. So you would put in if they had other children who didn't qualify for childcare or who were not seeking childcare, you would still put that information in. And then under priority code, you would just do that no priority code, that no priority. So now that all of the information is in, under the eligibility section right here, I am going to hit update. Always remember to hit update so you can see that the system has updated the eligibility based off of the information you've put in. So I'll hit update. And as you can see, it looks like each of the children are income eligible and also eligible for early Head Start. Elise, do you have a question?
Just before we go any further, there's a comment in the chat from Children's Services of Roxbury, Worcester. We have to explain to them that even though we're explaining priority codes, that does not give them any priority, right? And I did just want to talk about this quickly because as contracted providers, the expectation from EEC is that you are looking at who is available on the wait list, in making a determination, maybe based on certain priority codes, the availability of seats in your program, as well as, families who are either already in your program or, kind of at your door in your community. So the expectation is that you are looking at some of these priority codes and choosing to prioritize them to get children into your program. So the conversation with families may be that it may, you know, cause you to be eligible, you know, sooner than not having one, but it's not that it doesn't. And so we want to encourage families to identify any priority reasons that they may need childcare. And then it also supports your ability to refer them to other resources as well. So just, you know, just because it doesn't necessarily give them immediate access, doesn't mean that we wouldn't want to capture those priority codes. And that, you know, there is an expectation that you're looking at, you know, general priority, the different priority reasons, as well as, you know, the other ways families may be interacting with you as contracted providers.
And Elise, I would just add to that, because this really, a lot of these priority codes are going to be identified during the soft eligibility, that when we're talking to families, we're explaining to them that these are core questions that we ask everybody, right? Like, this is our standard questions that we ask to identify if there are those priorities and so forth. So just framing it in that kind of way on the front end, that, you know, we're asking all these questions and then we're putting them in, just adding that as well. All right. And hopefully that answers your question. Yes, we got to thank you. All right.
Awesome. Great. Okay. So now that I've input all of the family's information in the system and I see what programs are eligible for, I do want to send the family something called a confirmation notice. So it basically confirms for them that they do have a waitlist record, that they are officially on the waitlist. So under this notification section here, I'm going to click on send or edit notification. Okay. So you can see this is a new family, so there's no history of other notifications that have been sent. So under the print new notifications, just remember to kind of click on this expand option. And here you can see, you can select what types of new notifications to send to the family. You can also select who to send it to. So you do want to just make sure you are selecting household. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead, and what I want to send is a confirmation letter. Okay. And then you can see, we'll kind of go through how to send some of these other letters later on. And then you can keep the output type to PDF, and then you can hit print selected. This is where you can put information on if there was other notifications sent in the past. I'm not going to put anything here. You don't need to worry about this. So you can just hit view. And then could everyone see the waitlist confirmation notice that was generated?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Yep. So as you can see, this confirmation notice with the household ID covers the confirmation for everyone in the family. Okay. And then it confirms your household ID as well. So I'm going to close out. So lastly, I will go back to application summary. And one thing that I want to highlight that you must use throughout your time working with a family is this note section right here. So they should, be, fairly detailed at the right level of information, so that any other administrator who is working with this family can always look back at the notes and basically see what's previously happened with this family. And then they can then determine what action to take next with the family. So I'm going to click on this add new note. And I'm going to put in some notes about my call with Fred. So this is just a normal note type. Okay. And I will also mention that he has been added to the wait list. So I will say on 6/23, Fred Flintstone called to get his 2 twin children on the wait list. This is a 2-parent household. His wife is pregnant with a 3rd child. They need care for both children as soon as possible. They are looking for voucher only and have a preference for family childcare. So just want to highlight this as well. So Kinderweight does not have fields that cover what a family's preference is for type of childcare or like voucher or like contracted seat, things like that. So you would want to just put all of that detail into the notes. And then I'll say baby needs child care on 9/9/25. You would also put information about like employment or education, things like that. So I would say Fred works at Foundation Care, and then I would say his income is et cetera, et cetera. So you don't want to have enough detail in here to represent the family. Anything else that EEC folks want to add about notes?
Well, not necessarily about notes, but when funding availability, that you just want to make sure you have to keep a copy of it. So if request review that comes up, we will be asking for a copy of the I just said funding availability notice, but the confirmation notice. So no, I got confused on that. I'm sorry. But as far as notes, you have to just make sure you put all the information in there. And then also too, if they did have a preferred location or an area like that, you did mark that in, even though you put the preferred zip code in there, that you still put that in the notes that they're looking for care near where they work, in Acton or wherever. I think that's it. There is a note in the chat. It was answered, but I don't know if we just want to read it just in case anyone else has that same question. But Kelly did ask, does a child need to have special need of child paperwork in order to get that priority code in Kinderweight? Or is the code based solely on parent information? And like Carmen said, documentation will not be required until the family is offered funding. The family access administrator then can provide special need of child paperwork to be completed. So right now, like Kristen said earlier, we're not collecting any documentation, whether it's on income or anything else. We're just going by the information that the parent is giving us.
Great. That's a good question. Awesome. Okay. Well, we can now move on to our next demo. So, which is really going to delve into how to offer funding to a family. So let's imagine there is funding available and you would like to offer funding to Fred Flintstone and his family. There's a couple of ways you can do this. So one way you can do this is by printing the funding availability letter right from the family record. So if you had to do that, what you would go ahead and do from this, again, we're on the family record, is under notifications. So right under here, you would click on send or edit notifications. Okay. And just like earlier, you can kind of open up this print new notification section. And then like earlier, we're going to click on the reports dropdown, but instead of clicking confirmation letter, funding is available. So you do want to generate a funding availability letter. So I'm going to click on funding availability letter. I'm going to make sure we have family selected, and then it defaults to PDF as the output type. And I will click print selected. So you can see that this window pops up. Basically, this is where you would just put in information about like who is, which administrator is taking this action. So typically, since you will be an assigned operator, you would be able to hit this pre-fill up here and the system will automatically fill in all of your information. As you can see, it's actually pre-filled in all of my information just for the purposes of this demo. But if you're also generating and sending this funding availability letter on behalf of another team member, let's say, and you want that other team member to continue to be this family's point of contact, you would just put in their information into this into this section, into these fields. You would not put in your information. So just wanted to flag that. And then if you do run into any issues where the pre-fill isn't working, just feel free to reach out to us at EEC. So you would just hit click view. Okay, and here we go. And now it's generated these letters, and you can see that it's generated a funding availability letter on behalf of each child. So Pebbles, Barney, and then no name, Flintstone. Okay. Any questions about that method or anything folks wanted to add?
There is a question about that specific method that you're sending out a funding availability notice. So they are asking in Fred's case, would we need to search the waitlist in the zip code and age of the child to check that there are other families in line before them? But that's if we're going to show that process next. But that's if you have seats that you're needing to fill. Chris is just doing, like, let's say you have someone who is in your program, they're private paying, and they're going to be coming in. You have an open seat. You check their eligibility. They're eligible, so you're putting them on and kind of just taking them off. Like we've talked about that before. If you have someone who's in another program, it might be ending, like Head Start or what have you, and you're just putting them on and taking them off because you have an open contracted seat. So this is the method that you would do it instead of going through the process of doing zip codes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think what you're referring to, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kristen.
Okay. Yeah, so I think what you're referring to is if we're pulling families like directly from the wait list. So I can show you how to do that right now. So
we do have another question though.
Yeah.
Before we move on, they're asking, do we need to keep a copy of the fan? Yes. So I did jump ahead when I was talking about keeping a copy of the notice. So it is a copy of the fan that you do need to keep. And then how long that you need to keep it. They're asking how long they need to keep a copy of the fan. So it looks like you need to keep it for 6 years.
It's 7 years for federal funding, 6 for state. So for this, it would be 7 years.
It would be 7 years. Okay.
Great. That was a good question.
I do want to just take a moment around that question of needing to make sure that this family is the next in line. That we're saying that as family access administrators, like you all know your communities, you know the families, and that you treat this as equitable as possible. That if there's a situation going on with Fred that allows him to enroll before another family that has been there, you're sort of considering multiple factors, and we went over some of those things in the child care financial assistance policy training. So you at the end of the day get to do that determination around, but considering the factors like how long a family's been on the wait list, their need, if they have a priority status, the age of the child and what seat you have to offer. So just remembering that as well. I just wanted to flag that for folks.
Great. Okay. So now I can show you how to pull the funding availability letter from the wait list, or pull families from the wait list. So here is, so on the left side of the screen under aging utilities, this is where you would use our child status function. Okay, so I'm going to first click clear. Okay, so the status is automatically defaulted to active and continuity of care, which is accurate. We do want to look for families who are actively on the wait list. For vacancies, it depends on how many openings you have. The system is going to pull up 5 records for every vacancy. Just for the purposes of today, I'm going to put in 40. And then you would put your zip code in. So here is where, if you've already created like a zip list, or as we reviewed earlier, you can go into these like dots, and then I would click on the Acton zip list. So then it pre-populates the Acton zip codes for you. If you don't have a zip list, you would just manually put in those zip codes. This is, and then you would make sure you have both household and preferred checked off. And then under child, you would select what priority codes you were looking for, and you can click off as many priority codes as you're looking for. For our purposes for today, I'm just going to click on general priority. So I will click here and click OK. And then, as was mentioned in the chat, this is where you would put in the ages of the children, depending on where the space is available. Like, is it available in an infant room, toddler room, etc. For our purposes, I'm going to put in 2 to 3 years old. Okay. And now I am going to click on search. Okay. So, okay, excellent. So I see here that Barney and Pebbles Flintstone is popping up. It looks like, okay, so I'm also going to pull off a few additional folks, Beth Abbott, Brenda Hobbs, and then Joanna B. Just a note, before you decide who to pull from the wait list, it is best practice to take a look at the notes for the children to see more detail. So to look at the notes, you would just look under the school notes column and you can click on notes, and all of like the full history of notes will pop up. And this is important to see if a family is looking for a specific program type or maybe care for a specific date. You want to kind of have all that information before you decide to call them. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Barney Flintstone, Pebbles Flintstone, Beth Abbott, Brenda Hobbs, and then Joanna B. Okay. So I'm going to change the status for these families to pending because they are now going to be receiving a funding availability letter. Okay, and I'll just keep this as is. And then for reports, what I want to be selecting is funding availability letter. So I'll click that from the dropdown. Again, it defaults to PDF for the output type. And then I would just select print selected. And then it pre-fills all of my information here, and I'll click view. Just another quick note, depending on how the family, I think this was already mentioned, but I'll just reiterate it. Depending on how the family wishes to receive notifications, you may be printing out and mailing this letter or attaching it to an email and emailing the family. Best practice is to also call the family just to let them know that they should have received this funding availability letter. And as was mentioned, you should be keeping a note for yourself of when this was sent, and then also just keeping the actual funding availability letters on file for the amount of time that we mentioned. And now you can see here that the funding availability letters have been generated. Okay.
Just as you were talking about best practice, Kristen, so you do have to send a funding availability notice by at least 2 modes. So it can be mail and email, telephone call and email or mail, depending on the family's preferred method. But because sometimes you might be on a time constraint as far as you have a number of open seats to fill, you're going to want to be contacting the families to try to get the process moving to see who's interested in your offer. That would be a best practice, to call and to send the notice as well, either by mail or email. So this way you could try to already speak to the family, let them know the documentation they're going to need to try to speed up the process. And I know there's just been some questions. I'm sorry, Bethany, did you want to?
Oh, no, come finish and then I'll come in.
Okay. So as far as how long you got to keep the funding availability notices on file, so it's 7 years after the last payment from EEC for the child. So that's how long you do have to keep the funding availability notices.
Yeah, and just to add in around the funding availability notice and the importance in keeping it, sometimes there might be situations during a request for review that we might be asking you for that. So, remembering to have that. In addition to that, too, just when you're seeing the whole picture now that, Kristen has walked through everything, the importance of the priority codes, especially as you have your contracts on priority populations where, parents under 24 or families experiencing homelessness, this is really where you can pull that customized list for your program, identifying those priorities, and being able to, fill your contracted seats. The other piece too around the history that Kristen pulled up is that, our expectation is that all family access administrators are putting in great notes to sort of help each other. So you'll see Mass 201 if this family has talked to Mass 201 or the CCRNR or you, but really being able to get a picture of the family and their preferences and their needs so that as you're reaching out, you're not, wasting time sending something to somebody who might be looking for family child care or just a center-based type of program. So again, the notes just saying that those are really important and can help all of the family access administrators as they're working with families, and for the family not to have to explain things over and over to us.
Awesome. Okay. So the other thing you want to do before you proceed, so as I mentioned earlier, I changed the status to pending, and you can just leave the reason for change blank in this situation. And now I'm going to click update. And here the system prompts me to enter in a note. So I could just say sending funding letter under predefined note. For the correspondence ID, this is going to be the notice number of the funding availability letter that you sent out. And here's where you would just put notes. So I would say send families XYZ funding availability letters by, let's say, email on X date, et cetera, et cetera. So you would add some more details there. Okay. So now I'm going to click OK. Okay, great. So now that we've sent the fans out, we're going to go over how to process the fan after the family has responded. But again, before we do that, I just want to make sure anything else folks wanted to add, any other questions that have come through.
Sure. Yeah, Kristen, there were a few other questions in the chat just around like how long to maintain the confirmation notices and then funding notices for families who maybe didn't end up accepting a seat or ending up placed in a seat. And it would just be 7 years from the generation of that notice. We want to ensure that files are maintained. So you would simply just hang on to it, for the files.
Mm-hmm.
And for, yeah.
No, I was going to say for a family who does not accept the funding, we're going to go through that scenario as well. So you can see what to do from the system perspective.
Sure. Thank you. All right.
Kelly, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So going back to if you have the family in your program and you're putting them on and automatically putting them into a contracted slot, do you still need a fan letter in the file?
You're still going through the process of offering them funding, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually very important that we have the information around what families are being kind of offered funding, through the system so that we know. So yeah, every family, even if they're interacting with you, they're already in your program or they're kind of coming in from the community, they still need to be entered into Kinderweight, and then the funding letter should be generated, the process should be done in the system.
Okay, so I do bring them in and then I automatically pull them into CCFA. So I still need to print off the fan letter.
Correct. You'd still be generating it. Yep.
Can you go back and do that?
I think we can work if this is not part of your current process, I think we can certainly review offline if you have some questions about what to do.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No problem. Thanks, Kelly.
I believe there's another question in the chat. I see Peg Crow. And Brenda, was there another one about pulling off a family to from the top of the list?
No.
Laura?
Peg has a couple of them. Yeah, Peg has one. Yep, and then Laura. Yep.
Yeah, and
Laura.
Peg and May just ask, just for clarification. So Laura, pulling a family, do you need to choose the family that's first on the list? I think what I was saying is that as there's multiple factors that as a family access administrator you should be considering. That is one of them, but there's also other components for a family when you're making the decision of who am I pulling for the seat that I have available. So there are multiple factors that we had gone over before that you would do. And to answer your question, and then Elise, if you have anything to add, you don't have to go with the family that's first. It's one of the things you consider, but there's multiple factors. So, but Elise, did you want to add into that?
Yeah, I think it's just another good place to highlight reviewing the notes. So family, as a family access administrator, for all folks who are kind of working with families in the wait list, that those notes should help determine whether maybe your program is a good fit for them, and that we want to consider families who are waiting, on the wait list, and may be a good match for your program. But also there's these other considerations of families who might already be in your program, who might be interacting with you in your community, different priority codes that you're choosing to focus on for certain contract seats. So again, as contracted providers, you're positioned to, consider kind of all these factors as you bring families in.
Yeah, and Peg, to your comment, and then please let me know if that might just be well, you're asking a question at the end about the right fit.
My thought is we have different programs. One we pick up from schools, one we have in a school. And when you use the Kinderweight system, it doesn't really tell you if they're in that school. So we don't want to be sending out letters to say, hey, we have a seat and we don't have transportation. It kind of gives false hope. So I'm not sure if in this system is a school age program, it allows us to identify what schools they are in.
Yeah, and Peg, what I'm hearing you talk about in my former school program, you're within a school building. So
Correct.
the children are coming to you right from the classrooms to your after school program. There's no transportation to the program.
Correct.
So you're saying, and Brenda, Joanna, and Kristen, does Kinderweight, I did see being able to add in the school district or the school name. Like, is there that ability to add in a school's name to that in the current system?
You can probably read the notes when you looking at the Kinderweight, but do people say like my child goes to ABCD school,
elementary school? Yeah.
Again, you don't want to be sending out these letters and saying like, oh nope, never mind.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where the calling a family, if you can't tell what their preference is or if the district isn't identified or that there isn't a way to have the exact school, calling a family and saying, I have a spot, but it's, do you need transportation? I think obviously we don't want to give families false hope, but trying to identify the best you can what their needs might be.
Yeah, and a best practice, Peg, too, now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, some districts and your programs may know the breakdown in some degree of the what do they call it? Like the catchment area, sort of like if you're living on this street, then you might be going to this elementary school. So I think having your staff sort of paying attention, now it's not just zip code, it might be in certain places. And when you get into the West, I know with like the DCF offices, like Springfield is like by zip codes or Boston is by zip codes. So there's some challenges we know, I think it's paying close attention to that. But yeah, in the notes, it would be ideal. And hopefully in our future system, that might be one of the things that we add. And I see Elise shaking her head. So
And you're right.
yeah.
You're right. We know the area. We know like it's usually a lot of people that are in the school that in the administration says this family needs care. So,
Mhm.
we work with that way, but again, working with the Kinderweight system is like,
Yeah, yeah.
It's a
so
really good flag. I'm glad you brought it up, and it's definitely a consideration as we build the new system on how to make it, better match to family needs. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
Peg, I have a question. Are you able, if you're looking at, let's say, like if it's like, I know in New Bedford, if there's 5 different zip codes, but you want just the South End, there might be 2 zip codes for the South End. Could you just do like South End and just put those 2 zip codes in there, or that 1 zip code? No.
Well, we're in Malden and we have one zip code, so we
Oh,
can
you
do
have
the
one zip
zip
code.
code. So, and again, I think Bethany was right. You can figure out the streets who gets sent to certain, certain schools. So, yeah, it is kind of working with that, but I was just wondering if you're looking at people that are on the wait list system, can you do I don't know. And you don't know all the streets. You know what I mean? Trying to figure it out. So,
Yeah,
so I'm sending letters to the people that might need care
yeah,
that would
yeah.
qualify for this program. We have other programs, but that's,
Yeah. And in the meantime, that is something we could probably just mention to the CCRNRs and Mass 201. And I think all contracted providers, if you're putting on a school-age child and you know the school district or the elementary school, that's helpful. So definitely doing that. But thank you, Peg,
thank
for
you.
bringing up that example. No problem. And with that being said, I think we are at 11, and we want to give folks a moment to stretch, get water, go on a bio break. So can we come back at 11:10 to continue with the processing of the funding letters? All right, so we'll see you all at 11:10. Be moving forward. Kristen, I'll hand it off to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hope everyone enjoyed their break. Okay, go ahead and share. Okay, could everyone see Kinderweight?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. So now that before the break, we kind of discussed a couple of ways to generate a funding availability letter. So now we're going to go over how to process the FAN or the funding availability letter or notice after the family has responded. So let's now imagine that the parent of Joanna B has responded to their FAN, and they let us know that they would not like to accept the funding that was offered. So what I'm going to do is, let's see, there's actually a few ways you can do this, but I'm going to actually go through this way. I'm going to go through back to the child search. Okay, so I'm already there. I'm going to click clear. Okay, so now I want to search through anyone who is pending or pending pre-enrolled, since I know that Joanna B is pending. I'm going to go ahead and here, I'll just change this to 30. I'm going to go ahead and select the same zip code again. Click on Acton, household, and then preferred. And again, I'm going to put in, just for the purposes of this demo, I'm going to put in general priority, click OK. And for age, I'm going to put in 2 to 3 years. Okay. So now I'm going to click search. Okay. So I can see that Joanna B appears right here. And what I would do is I would review her notes. So I'll just click here. Okay, let's see. And this isn't going to be entirely accurate, but just for the purposes of this demo, what you would do is you would you would view the family's notes to figure out if there's any information that could help you understand why that family is not accepting the funding, or if there's any other important information that you want to note. Okay, so because they're not accepting the funding, I'm going to select this family and I'm going to click change status to, and then for the dropdown, I'm going to move them back to active so that the family can go back on the wait list. And I will do reason for change. They refuse funding. And during this process, I do want to just remind the family that when they're ready for childcare, it may not be available at that time, but that the family is going to remain on the wait list. So, yep, I'm going to click update here. And then here again, the system prompts me to add a note. So I would, let's see, I could just say sending funding letter. And then here is where I would say, maybe they're not accepting it because there's a different type of childcare they're looking for or things like that. So I would say, father of Joanna B called and would not like to accept funding offer, called on 6/2/24. They have a preference for center-based childcare, et cetera, et cetera. So you would put more details in there. Okay, so I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to now go back to, and I'm just going to show you another way that I could edit that family's or edit any family's information actually. So let me go to application. So another thing I could have done when Joanna B's parent called in is I could have just asked them for their household ID number. So let's say they gave me that information and they said it's 597712. So as you can see, I'm putting that into the search. And then if I click, oh, it's because I still had the previous child's information in here. So let me do that again. 597712. I will click search. And then you can see the father's name, Alan B, comes up. And then here I would click on edit. And then another way you could have changed the status of Joanna B or Alan is just go into edit here. And then you would have selected and then done it over here. But one last thing I do want to do with this family is in order to process the FAN, if you're on this application summary page, you scroll all the way to the bottom, and then you see there's this refuse/denied care section. So here is where I would mention that the family refused care. So here I'm going to select the child name, Joanna B. For the correspondence ID, I would put the funding availability letter number. And then under refused care, I would select not interested in current offer, wait for preferred option, and increment funding refuse counter. So I'm going to click search here. And then you can see that under status history, it says refused funding. So they're active on the wait list again. They're no longer pending because they refuse funding. So I will pause there. Any questions or anything that EEC folks wanted to add?
There is one question in the chat. Oh, sorry, Brenda. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that under the notifications on the funding availability letter, it does say that it was processed because she did and do the refused denied care. So it did change that to processed. In the previous screen where she went in and brought up everybody that had pending or pending pre-enrolled, that shows you all your open funding availability notices that have been sent that have not been processed. So if you're waiting on someone, might want to reach out to them again, or it might be a letter that you just need to go in and put the note in, process it. They might have already reached back out. They want to remain active or they don't want care at this time or what have you. So this just shows you everyone who is still whose funding ability letter has not been processed at this time.
Thanks, Brenda. Were there any questions too, or?
Liz just had a question. What if the family does not acknowledge the funding letter at all? So that is going to be one of the scenarios that Kristen is going to demo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question. Okay, so for the next demo, we're going to talk about a family who is no longer interested in care. So let's say they've been sitting on the wait list and they found a different childcare option for their children. So we're going to imagine that the parent of Brenda Hobbs called in to share that they're no longer interested in childcare. So, so for here, I'm going to click on applications. Okay, I'm going to click clear. And then I'm just going to, using this method, I'm going to ask the parent for their household record number. So it sounds like it's 597713. Okay, so I'm going to click search. Okay, now it brings me to the child, Marianne Hobbs. You can see that their status is still pending. So I'm going to click edit. And again, I'm going to review all the notes, as you can see down here under the notes section, just to get an idea of what's going on with the family, if there's anything I need to know. Now I'm going to go to status history, and I'm going to click edit. And I will select the child that we're talking about, which is Brenda Hobbs. So I will click. And this time, since they are no longer interested in childcare, I am going to change the status to terminated. And then reason for change, I will say no care needed, terminated. Because we are terminating this family from the wait list, it's really important that you have had at least 2 modes of communication with the family before you terminate them. So basically, it's important that you've tried multiple ways of reaching out to them, kind of done everything you can before officially terminating them from the wait list. So I'm going to click update here. And then again, it prompts you to put in a note. I'm going to just say, I'll just leave it blank. Correspondence ID, I will put in the fan number. And then I would put Marianne Hobbs called on 6/23 to say her daughter, Brenda Hobbs, no longer needs childcare. I could even say what childcare they're currently receiving. Brenda's grandmother is currently caring for her, et cetera, et cetera. So I would put in some more detail. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the application summary. And I'm going to go down to the notification section here. And I'm going to click on send or edit notification. Okay. I'll open up this section for print new notifications. I'm going to click on family again. And because I terminated the family from the wait list, I am going to, under reports, I'm going to generate a removal letter. It defaults to a PDF, so I will just print selected. Again, I pre-filled all of my information in. I will click view. And as you can see here, okay, so it has generated the removal notice, which basically explains why the family was removed from the wait list. In addition to sending this request, in addition to sending this removal form, you will also need to send the family a request for review form. And that's a form that they could fill out, basically, if they disagree with the removal. I'm not going to walk through that because the request for review is actually all done outside of Kinderwait. But I did want to flag that that's something additional to the removal notice that you are sending to the family. And then the last thing I'm going to do with this family is I'm going to go back to application summary. And again, I want to process this family. So I'm going to go down to this section, refuse/denied care. I'm going to select the child name, Brenda Hobbs. I'll put in the correspondence ID, which is the funding availability notice letter. And then I'm going to basically say that they refuse care. And I'll just say no care needed. But this time I'll say remove child from waitlist by putting child in terminated status. And then I want to always remember to hit submit. Now you can say that they are no longer pending, they are terminated. And Brenda, is there a reason this isn't saying processed?
You don't put the funding availability notice?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to try just a refresh?
Yeah, I just did that.
Correct. Can you? It says yes. It says processed.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't seeing that initially. Okay, perfect. So you see that this family has been processed. Okay. So now, and I think this came up in the chat, the scenario we're going to go through is a family just does not respond to the funding availability notice. So let's say they've just ignored it. You've reached out to them multiple ways. You're not hearing anything back from the family. Okay.
Kristen, there is a question in the chat.
Yep.
How many funding letters may a family decline before we remove them from the wait list? So I think once you're talking to the family, finding out why they're declining that offer. Are they looking for a different provider, or, are they looking for family child care and you're center based? Are they looking for care at a later date? That information, once you have it, needs to be updated in Kinderwait, so that way they're not getting the same funding offers and they're not having to refuse it. So if they are looking for care at a later date, you'd want to change the date in the system of when care is needed. You want to put a note in there. Same thing if they're looking for family child care and center-based, keep sending them the letter. Or if they're looking for care close to where they work and they're getting letters from where they're at home, making sure that they have the preferred zip code. So I think it's, speaking to the family to see exactly what they need and why they're refusing the funding. Elise, I don't know if you want to add anything to families refusing funding.
No, I just to kind of solidify your point that it's just really important that we're capturing kind of the why, because most families are not declining funding without a good reason, that there's something about there's no transportation available, it's not the type of care, and families are allowed to have preference, and so especially as contracted providers, you're offering it, but maybe it's just not the right fit for them. So just ensuring that those notes are clear so that the next family access administrator sees and can make an offer, and that you're not offering care to another family, to the family again, if they're coming up in a query.
And Peg, I don't know if that answered your question as well. So if someone does need care at a later date, you would go in, I believe, right, Kristen, it's under the child when they need care. You would change that date there. I don't know if you just want to click on that. Yeah, and then also put it in the notes as well that the family did respond to the funding availability notice and is looking for care for a future date. Put the date and then just update the date on the child's record as well.
Yep. The service required date. Yep. Great. Okay. Okay. So so now let's assume that, as I mentioned, family just does not respond to the fan. You've tried multiple ways of reaching out. They just, they're just completely unresponsive. And let's say we're talking about the family of Beth Abbott. So I'm going to go ahead and click on applications. I will click on clear. Okay, so so Beth, this is the child's information. So Beth Abbott. I'm going to click on search. Okay, so I'm going to click on edit. Okay, yep, so the child's Beth Abbott with a family name of Teague, so a different family name. Okay, so I am going to, now I'm on the application summary page. So again, I'm going to go ahead and review the notes to see if there's anything I need to know about this family situation. So I look here, I would look under the note text. Okay, so nothing in particular I need to know, but helpful to review. So now I'm going to go ahead to the status history. I'm going to click edit as I usually would, and I will select the child. Click here. And because the family's just been unresponsive, I've really tried everything. I'm going to click on change status too, and I'm going to click on terminated. Again, you must have had at least 2 modes of communication with the family before you terminate them. I'm just going to kind of, yep.
This is the scenario where they're not responsive. So the system is going to process it and terminate the status. We're just going in and doing removal notice in the notes, but we're actually not going to go in and change their status. The system is going to do the processing. And when this actually, after the 30 days of not responding, the system will go in and change the family status to terminate it. And then the note will say not responding. Family didn't respond. Yep. So we're just going to go in and note the 2 modes of communication and send the removal notice.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Okay, great. So I would click on add new note. I would say note type. I'll just say high importance here, but it doesn't really matter what you select. And I would select here, Kristen reached out to family on X date via email and Y date via phone about funding availability, never heard back. And I would put in more detail here. So I would click on save. And then as Brenda mentioned, I would then under notifications, I would send out that that removal notice. So under here, I would select family and then reports. I would do removal letter and then I would print selected. Pre-fills my information. Okay. And then again, you would send that request for review outside of Kinderwait. And then again, as Brenda mentioned, the system itself is going to terminate after 30 days. So even though the letter says they have 15 days to respond, the system's going to give them 30 days before changing the status to terminated. And then same thing, like you don't have to go down and under refuse denied care, fill out this section either, because the system's going to automatically do all of that processing for you. Anything to add or any questions about that? Yeah.
There is a question that just came up in the chat. When someone is taken off the wait list because they didn't respond and want to be placed back on, can they be put back on with the original date? We get many families calling who didn't know that they got a fan from another program. We are, I believe, going to be touching upon that when we go into managing the wait list. If a family does call within the 30 days. So we do have that. We're going to be touching upon that too.
Yeah.
The letters returned and no other means of contact. So if the letter's returned in the telephone number, if you don't have an active telephone number or an email address and no forwarding, you're just going to have to put the note in the system that the letter was returned and there was no other way to contact the family. That's why we try to get as much information as we can, like home phone number, cell phone number. I think there's even a spot for work numbers. different email addresses, just so we can make sure that we can get in contact with the family.
Great. Okay. So the last thing we're going to go through before we talk about managing the wait list is family calls back and they said that they want to accept the funding that was offered. So let's imagine you hear back from Fred Flintstone about the fan that he received. So I'm going to ask him for his household ID number. It is 597718. Going to click search. Okay, I can see his record. I'm going to select and then click edit. And then again, as always, I'm just going to review the notes so I familiarize myself with the history of the family. And now for status history, I'm going to click edit. And I am going to select all the children. And I'm going to change their status to pending/pre-enrolled. So this means, so now that we've added on the pre-enrolled to the pending, this basically means that they have accepted the funding that was offered to them. And then reason for change, leave this blank, and then I will click update. And then I won't do it right now, but I would put in the appropriate notes as well. And then click update. Okay. Okay. Any questions about that or anything else we want to add before we talk about managing the wait list?
Yep, so we do have a question. Is there a field for the parents' emails on Kinderwait? So can you just go to show them if you click?
Mm-hmm. Yep, so if you click edit, and then you can see there's, so email, phone, home phone, work phone, cell phone, whether it's okay to call work, best phone to call to, best time to call. So there is a lot of detail we put in to make sure we're communicating with them sufficiently.
Yep, so just because a field isn't required, you can still go through it with the parent to make sure you're getting as much information as you can, especially if you're going to be trying to contact them. Let them know that, the more ways and options you have to contact them to offer funding, the better it's going to be for them. And then, Kristen, I know there's one other funding availability notice if you need to process. So let's say if you have three open seats and you're sending out 10 letters and you're working with different families, it is on whoever gives you the documentation first, and that documentation is complete, you're able to offer them that seat. The other families would then still have to be changed back to active. And you'd want to go down to the bottom and still process that letter. There is a spot down there that says, I believe it says too late, so no longer available. So the slot's no longer available. So too late, slot no longer available. Keep child on the wait list. So that's if you're working with more than one family that's interested in the funding offer, and you only have one seat and it's offered, and the other families are still interested, you're going to want to put them back as active, and then check that off in order to process that letter, and also put a note that you are working with the family. This the seat is no longer available, but the family is still interested in care.
Great. Okay. So the last thing we're going to talk through is just a few scenarios with managing the wait list. So during the course of a family's time on the wait list, there are going to be several instances where the wait list has to be managed and the household record will need to be looked up or updated in some way. So for this first scenario, let's imagine that a parent, David Rose, calls in to check their status on the wait list. Let me go to applications. I will clear, and then, okay, I'm gonna look for David, last name Rose. I'm gonna do a search. Okay. Okay, so it looks like David Rose has actually been terminated. Okay, so he is not currently active on the wait list. So I'm gonna click on edit, and let me see why he was terminated. Okay. So it looks like, okay, so let's say that David was terminated because he wanted to stay on the wait. He wanted to be added to the wait list, but he was not eligible. He was not income eligible. So I'm going to go ahead and whenever a family calls in to update their information or just calls in at all, you always want to go through all of their information to make sure that you have the right person on the phone, or you have the right record pulled up, and that everything has stayed the same. So now I'm going to go through David's information. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let me go in and I'm just going to, so let's say I want to update his income information. Let me go in, update that information. Okay, I'll click save. I'll click save. Okay, so it looks like that he is now eligible now for care. So I'm going to confirm all of his other information here. And now he's no longer terminated. So I'm going to click edit. I'm going to click on his child's information, Alexis Rose. And now I'm going to change the status to active. And I will say reason for change. And I'll say return to waitlist. And I'm going to say reinstate to last application date. So you can reinstate the last application date if the family has called 10 days later after or no, sorry, am I getting them mixed up, Brenda?
So that's what we were discussing before. So if the family, let's say they're removed from the wait list and they call within 30 days, they can get their application date reinstated. If the family isn't eligible though, let's say they're over income and now they're calling to say they're eligible, income eligible, and they're no longer over income, they don't get their original application date back. They get a new application date because they were ineligible. So if the family is ineligible and you're going to place them back on the waiting list because now they qualify, you're going to put them in with the new application date. But as we were saying before, if they were terminated because they didn't receive the funding availability notice, they didn't receive the other modes of communication, and they didn't receive the removal notice, then you would be able to put them back as long as they called within 30 days to say that they didn't know that they were terminated.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, so I'll do return to waitlist, new application. Let me click update. I'll put in the notes. I won't do it right now, just in the interest of time. I will click OK. And then since this is their first time, really receiving confirmation that they're on the wait list, I'm going to go under here, click on send or edit notifications. And I will open this up and I will click on the family and I will select confirmation letter that I want to send to this family. Okay, excellent. Okay. So let's say the family just calls to check on their status. So let's say I get a call from Fred Flintstone again, and he's checking on his status 1 month after being added to the wait list. So again, I will go ahead and search for the household record number. Or actually, I'll just search for his name. Clear, Fred Flintstone. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so I'll click on edit. I go through with Fred. He verifies that all the family information, like family members, priority codes, income, address, etc. Everything's up to date. Doesn't sound like any information has changed. He confirms that all the information is still correct. I'll also go ahead and review the notes, and then I'll just add a new note that I have had a conversation with him again, and that everything is still up to date. So if you are doing, so this is where, if you're kind of having that conversation with the family, you would want to make sure you click the update last modified date on the household page, even if no changes were made to the record. And then this changes the timer for when the family needs to renew to remain on the wait list. Okay. And then the last thing I want to go through is a family calling to remove themselves from the wait list. So let's imagine a parent, Hunter Green, called a few months after being added to the wait list and would like to remove themselves from the wait list. So I'll go back to applications, clear, and then I will do another search and search Hunter Green. Okay, I'm going to search. Okay, edit. And again, really important to make sure you have the right family on the phone, especially if they're calling to remove themselves from the wait list. I want to make sure I have the right person. I go through all the information, I confirm I do have the right person, and then I also go ahead and review all of the notes. It turns out that the family is moving out of state, so they no longer need childcare in Massachusetts. So I'll go ahead and just add a note to explain that. And during this conversation, I'll also counsel the family to let them know that if they do move back to Massachusetts, they're going to have to call back in to add themselves back to the wait list again. So because they're being removed from the wait list, I'm going to click edit, select the child, change status to terminated. And then reason for change will be, I'll just leave it blank. I'll click update. I would put in the notes that they're moving out of state and further details. And then I'll go back to the application summary and I want to generate and send a removal notice. So send and edit notifications, click on this drop down, select family, and then reports, and then I would send the removal letter. Again, I would, outside of the system, also send the request for review. Okay. And I know I was trying to be speedy during this just because we're a little bit over time, but yeah, any questions? That's it for Kinderweight though. Any questions?
I just wanted to add when they're making the note about sending the removal notice, if they can just make a note of which method that they sent, if they emailed it or mailed, because if a family says that they didn't receive the removal notice, and they've called, let's say after the 30 days and they didn't know that they were removed, and then they do a request for review, this way we can let them know. And if it was emailed, we could find out if the email address maybe wasn't correct or if it was mailed. So if you can just, make sure you're putting the notes in how the removal notice was sent to the family, that would be helpful. And there is a question. Is there a way that we can see the family's email on the family child status report instead of going into the family summary? So I am not sure.
So the status report, what are you referring to? If whoever asked wants to come off mute.
Yeah, come off mute.
Because this is also helpful information for us as we build out the new system. So,
Brenda, do we have a name to that person?
Hi,
Or
hello,
oh, there we go.
hello, hi, can you hear
Yes,
me?
yes, we can.
Hi. So yeah, so what I was trying to get at is like when you send funding letters, funding notices, so you know how you have the list of the children, of all the children or all the families that you're sending letters, and you're able to see notes, and you're able, so in there, in that, right there, yep, in there, is there any way that we could have like an updated, like that we could pay like an email to have it in there, as we have to send the letters, two methods like emails most likely, and I think it will be beneficial for everybody. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's thank you for flagging that. Yeah, I'm just looking at
It was
yeah,
more like
actually.
like something to help administrators.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if like this information even pulls it up, but I don't think it does. Doesn't look like it has email. Yeah, so that's something the system doesn't do today. Like you would have to, like you said, like you mentioned, actively go into edit. So that would remove you from that like status, like the screen. So that's Yeah, that's definitely a good piece of information that we can take back. And if you, I mean, feel free to mention now, or if you just want to put in the chat, I'm just curious about like different scenarios where that would be extra helpful for you or other administrators. That would be helpful for us to know.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So with that being said, thank you so much to Kristen, Brenda, Joanna, and the rest of the EEC team for taking us through Kinderweight. I'm just going to do a quick emoji check before we transition into CCFA. So how are you feeling after the after what we just did with Kinderweight? Can you drop an emoji in the chat to let us know how you are feeling? I'm already seeing some smiles, hand clapping, thumbs up. And that is great. Heads upside down. Yes, a lot of information. But as Kristen was just saying too, like as we're going throughout this training today, if you have some ideas, some feedback, drop them into the chat. For the sake of time, we're going to need to keep on going with the family journey. And before we take a lunch break, we're going to ground us, and we're going to have Carmen and Mohair just ground us a little bit in CCFA. And when we come back from our break, we will dive into the CCFA aspect of it. So thank you, and thank you for all your participation thus far. So with that being said, I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to go into the CCFA system. So again, just sharing, they've taken you through Kinderweight, how you're working with a family to get them on the wait list. And now we're going to this family going through their eligibility. So Carmen?
Good morning again.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so basically you have now reached out to the family. You've done everything you need to do in Kinderweight. You're ready to offer them funding. And you are going to request the documentation that you need to determine eligibility. Once the family provides you with the documentation for you to determine eligibility, it will be entered into CCFA. And of course, yes, you're going to import the family into CCFA if they're not already in there. Once you get the documentation, everything is entered. Your secondary approver is going to review all of the documentation to confirm that what you've entered is what is in the file, that there haven't been any errors with dates of birth or income, whatever. You're going to meet with the family, and then you're going to have them sign the documentation, answering any questions that they may have that they haven't had a chance to ask you through the process. And just please note that if you're offering a contracted seat, that authorization and placement should mirror each other. So if it's starting June 23rd, the authorization is starting June 23rd, 2025. The placement should also start June 23rd, 2025. Bethany?
Sorry. Here we
Oh, wow.
Hold on 1 second. All right, sorry, stuck in the screen. Here you go.
So Mohair's going to go through a few demos, just as Kristen did, and she's going to show you an overview of CCFA and the dashboard, what you can access there, and what functionality is there, how to add families to CCFA through Kinderweight, as well as with our referral, DCF, DTA, homeless, and then processing the initial authorization, adding the authorization, the income, the service need, and the secondary approval process, and then adding placements. We're also going to go through reporting changes when families have either a non-temp change or a temp change, and reauthorizations, how to send out the reauthorization notice, where to find that, how to process a termination, And then she's going to end up with the billing, closures, and attendance.
All right, thank you, Carmen. And I'm going to stop sharing. And now, as Carmen said, we're going to do exactly what we just did in the morning. And we'll have Mohair, and Mohair, if you want to take controls and start sharing your screen and reintroduce yourself, that would be great. Mohair and will get us kicked off with the CCFA dashboards and what we need to know. And then we'll talk about when we come back from lunch. So Mohair, we're able to see your screen. And we can't, okay, now we hear you. Thank you, Mohair.
Okay, so firstly, I will be logging into the training environment. So when you log in, this is what your screen will look like. You will have to log in using your username and password. So let's sign in. So as Carmen mentioned, that I'll be going a high-level overview about CCFA dashboard. So what we see on the dashboard when we log in, that's what we'll be talking about. I am not sure why the system is slow, but let me log in again. So here we go. So when we log in, because I have multiple user profiles, but if you don't have multiple user profiles and you only have one user profile assigned to you, you will be directly logged in to the production. But because I have multiple of them, I have to select one of them to move forward. So today we'll be logging in as org admin for Guild of St. Agnes. So this is what you see when you log in. You're automatically brought to a dashboard, and here you can see that the welcome tab is highlighted. So the first thing we have to check every time we log in here is the notification tab. So this is something you want to check every day because it's a list of alerts which are relevant to your organization. Some of them which will require actions, and some of are just a piece of information given to you. So this usually takes a little time to load. So here we go. There are a lot of notifications which you can see. For example, unmapped attendance encounter, it's just giving you an information that an attendance summary generation has failed for your organization, for this organization, and there appears to be one or more placements that have unresolved substitute care mappings for the following children. Or you can see different examples, which is placement modified by CCRNR. So here you can see that the placement for this child or person was modified by somebody. If you want to see more details what was modified, and you can always click on view placement, open it in a new tab. You can see the information, the child's name, the authorization, if it is a voucher or contract or the program, you can see all the details here. Go back. So there are more notifications which you have to see all the time, like an age dot placement has failed attendance validation. So this is a pretty common notification which you will see. It says that the child needs to be aged up. I know that CCFA usually aids up children automatically, which is true, except when the child hits 60-month mark, which is when they turn 5. The message states when the child most recently attended and when the placement should have been ended on their 5th birthday. Usually those two dates are within few weeks of each other. But since this is training environment, nobody is actively resolving these notifications. So there will be a time lag there. There will also be notifications such as flex pool slot. I don't see that notification here right now. Let me just, okay, I don't see that. But that is also one of the letting you know notification that the child was in a flex pool, and then they have switched the child to the regular slot. So here also you can see there are some options which says archive. So archive is something, if I click on archive, it will say that this is an auditable event, and if you have taken proper action, if required to solve the issue, then click OK to continue. Otherwise, click cancel. And why this pop-up comes is because if you archive something from the home screen, from the dashboard here, you cannot bring that back. But again, you don't have to worry, because if you archive something by mistake, like if I do archive here, but I wanted to work on that, then you can always go back to notification history here. So what this tab does is this will allow you to see both current notification with additional filter options, and anything you had archived, or anything which has been archived by any person in your organization. So as I said, nothing is deleted when you archive something. So this takes a little bit time because this is a bigger organization.
And while we're waiting for it to load, I know there was a question, and Carmen, you answered it. Can you just mention the question and answer for those who can't see the chat?
So the question was from Evelyn, and it says, does that replace, meaning the notifications tab, the notifications section on the right? We have not seen anything on the right side in a while. And I said, notifications on the right side are for EEC notifications. And she said, oh, and that was pretty much it. That was the question.
Thank you, Carmen.
You're welcome.
So we will come back to the notification history here because it is taking a little bit more time than expected. Let me try one more time.
And Mohair, while you're waiting for that, it sounds like what we're really saying here with these notifications is that if another family access administrator has made a change, right, that this is where you'd come for those notifications. So there's a variety of reasons that you
Yes,
might get one, right?
exactly. So if somebody from this same organization have archived it, they wanted to read this and probably not worked at it till now, but they archived it. That does not mean that it's been deleted. If you can see here, the notification history, you can see the current notifications, and here which also says archive notifications. So this one, which I archived, is not gone from CCFA. It is always there. Nothing is deleted when you archive it. If I scroll down, it also shows you the EEC notification. So if there are any notification from EEC that has disappeared from the home page, you can still see them here. So there are a handful of important messages or message type that go here instead of the archival area. But you can always filter the real EEC announcements by typing PDF in the filter. You can find the files. like important notification regarding generating ledgers in CCFA, or the CCFA training webinars, which we have every month. You can see all the notifications from EEC here. So let me go back to the home page. So the next tab we'll be talking about is authorization review notification. So again, this tab also is for the authorization, which is there for secondary approval process. And this dashboard again lets you know whether the secondary approver approved or rejected it. So we will be going over this when we go to the authorizations. But if you want to see an example here for the rejected one, you can always click on view authorization. And here you can see the status of the authorization, that it is void, and who modified it, and the funding source. Again, if it is a contract or voucher, or the start date and end date, if it was a full-time and primary service need, you can see all the information here. So moving forward is reauthorization. So reauthorization is the dashboard, which is very useful because it lets you know which families are coming up for reauthorization. So the table shows you is 15, 45, 60, and 90 days. So the table here also divides into contract subsidy or voucher subsidy, or the combination of both. It then also tells you the total column. So if you notice here that you will notice that your responsible column is not equal to the total which says here. And that's because the difference here represents all of the families that CCRNR is going to reauthorize for you. So it probably means that there are some DTA subsidies, or it could even be an income eligible that the CCRNR has indicated that they are going to take care of it. So, which you see here, your responsible column is everything that you are responsible for. When you see a number under voucher heading here, that really means is that the CCRNR has released that voucher subsidy to your organizations to reauthorize that family. So moving forward to the age up tab. So as I said that CCFA does an age up children for you, but we do provide this tab just in case you want to manage bringing a new children into your program, or the rows here, the rows of the table only populate if there are non-zero values in the column. So you could see that you have a combination of 0, 15, 45, 60, and 90. So as a standard in CCFA, anytime you see anything underlined word or number, that means you can always drill down. You can click on them and see further information or further details about that number. So you can see that how many families are there, and the family IDs, person's ID. You can always click on one of the examples. So here you see that this child is about to turn 9. Usually we don't run age up in the training environment, but we will discuss about this in more detail when we cover placements. So next tab is pending authorization. So here, pending authorizations are those authorizations which are awaiting secondary approval. So you can always click on the hyperlink. I'm opening it in the new tab. So if I open here, so you can see that here one authorization is approved and one is in passed status. That means that it was entered by the primary approver, and the notifications, and it will be there on the notification page. We call it pending because it is pending secondary approval. So moving forward here, you can see that there are two attendance tabs. One is attendance by date and one is attendance by provider. Let's talk about attendance by date first. So this tab always pre-populates to the current month, but if you want to go back and see what I built in the last month, you can always select change the year and then select May. So by default, it will all, so first thing, it will show all my providers. Like you can see, it is showing 1 to 25 of 135 entries. So by default, it will always show 25 entries, but you can always change that. Any page that displays in CCFA with this option always have a data in table format with variable number of rows, which gives you control over how many rows you have to retrieve. So the default strikes between performance and typical usage. But if you need to see more information, that's completely your call. So here the results are sorted by provider ID. You can change that to sort by any column by clicking on that column. So you can see here. So next is you can change the attendant dates to see examples of completed and built status. If this is a very large organization, then you can always, you could click, for example, on not started or in progress. So you can see, if I click here, you can see what is not started in this organization or in progress, how many are in progress here. You can see all that. So this screen here displays provider ID, which we also call OID in CCFA, which is known as organization's ID. So as I am logged in as a contract provider, so I would always expect to see a no in voucher column. And then there are columns to show how many children are placed there and what were their attendance status. This will make more sense when we cover attendance functions. So rejected here can be for a variety of reasons, and we already saw a couple of them in notifications in form of unmapped attendance and overdue placement age out. So build here means that you have clicked on generate ledgers without encountering any rejections, and it means that you have generated an invoice that can be reviewed as next step, but we'll cover that in billing. So you can also filter by if you're looking for something specific, such as if you have a provider name or ID, you can always look up, for example, 9198. I have a provider 9189. So I can always find that provider details if I want to just look from one provider detail. So, and also here you can see one small sign which says export to Excel. So if I click on this, what this usually does is this will download all the same information which you can see on this page in an Excel format. So you see here, I downloaded this and this is what it will look like. It will have the same information like we saw in on the dashboard, which is like provider ID, provider name, voucher only, the placement count or not started or is in progress, rejected, completed, and billed. But it's just that it is showing us in the Excel format rather than showing it in this format here. Moving forward, which is attendance by provider. So it's a similar tab again, but it is filtered for single provider, providing the last 12 months of history for that particular provider. So if I scroll down, let's select one of the providers. So you can see that it has last 12 months of history here. So you could see how many placement over the time or how far back do they need to go to fill the attendance. So that's what this tab does. Next is placement tab. So if I go to placements, so placement tab shows how many placement have been modified by CCRNR over a period of time. So there is a job which runs here. Here we have to change 1 to 2 and days to month. So here you can see all the information, like what date it was created, which is the admin organization, the family name and address, the first name and last name, the funding source and type, program type, and the start date and end date, and who was it last modified by. So moving forward to pending agreements. Sorry, before that, let's go to expiring placements. So here, expiring placements usually tell us when the placements are ending. And this table usually shows the expired rows. You can see here 15 days, 45 days, 60 and 90, contract, voucher, and total. So it shows the placements that are expiring in future, like in next 15 days or 45 days, etc. Next, let's talk about pending agreements. So this has to do with your contracts and any amendment to those contracts. Any of that information would display here. So for example, if I scroll down and let me click on view contract, that page here, you can see pending contract agreements and also completed contract agreements here. So you can drill down on the specific actions such as renewal or rate increase or underutilization amendment by clicking on the PDF here. So going back, we have the last tab, which is excessive absences. This tab usually takes time to load, but this tab was created to support policies in response to excessive absences. So let this load and let's talk about the notifications on the side panel. So this panel is where we can see anything that's posted by EEC, such as training webinar announcement, new features, any updated policies. So anything like that you will see under notification tab here. Then we have a menu structure here. So menu structure at the top are designed to open sub items when we hover over them, and there is no need to click on sub menus. So you only need to click when we are selecting any action. So let's say first is intake. Intake is where you bring new families, family members, authorizations, and placements. Next, if we move forward, is provider. Provider is where you perform all functions for a provider, from placements to attendance to closures to billing, along with the billing history feature that shows monthly service amount, invoiced amount for specific providers. Then we basically have training each month covering all manners of closures and paid time offs, along with methods of assigning substitute care on those days. Next is billing. So billing menu can take you either to pending invoices or submitted invoices. And also we can do adjustment around attendance and placements. Then we have admin menu. So admin menu has add user option. And then there is a module that handles substitute care assignments related to closure module under provider menu. Then moving forward, we have reports. So general reports can take you to the area that has all CCFA reports, and letters can take you where we can generate reassessment letters. Help menu is mostly what we saw here. It has all the information. Then here you can see my providers. So if your organization is roughly 100 or less providers, you would see my providers drop down here. So you can link to any of the provider name as a way to go quickly to the provider detail page for any provider in your organization. But for any larger organization, you don't have providers drop down here, my provider drop down here. Instead, next to family person radio button, you will have a provider radio button, which you can click on and enter something about the provider to search. For example, name, city, or address. And then if I move forward, there is my primary organization. If I click on my primary organization, so everybody has this link, no matter if your organization is has more providers or less providers, every provider will have this link. So when I click on this link, load. So when I click on this link, so it brings you to the provider detail page for your admin provider. From that page, if I scroll down, sub-organizations, if I expand sub-organizations, which is also known as location of care, then we can link to any location of care provider detail page. So this is essentially the same as my providers dropdown, but by residing off the home page for large providers. So it allows the home page to render more quickly. So going back, so here you can see excessive absences page. So here we have the information like the provider, the family ID, child name, master authorization start date and end date, and how many total absences were there post 10/1/2023, and total absences on the master authorization. You can see that information here. Moving forward, we also have a new tab, which is provisional authorization. So here you can see the details about any provisional authorizations, like how many days are left, if it is contract or voucher, and other details. So I will go back to the home page. So Carmen or Bethany, do you want to add something here?
Carmen, do you have anything?
The only thing I would say is I believe the approved closures will give you, provisional authorization, sorry, will give you when they're ending in 30 days, because you need to send out a notice of denial for those provisional authorizations that are ending. And the notice of denial needs to go out at least 2 weeks prior to the end of that period. So you're going to want to keep an eye on that tab for any provisionals that you have ending, so that you can send the family a notice of denial, informing them that if they don't have a valid service need, their child care financial assistance will end. And that notice of denial also requires a request for review.
Yep, and the only thing that I would add, and thank you, Mohair, for just walking us through the dashboard, is just remembering these are some of the resources and tools for those of you managing your organizations when you want these quick snapshots of where your organization is at, just being able to go to each one of them and to be able to use them to help you as you're managing your contract utilization and the families that you're working with. So with that being said, we are at the point that we are going to be taking a break for lunch. Mohair will come back after that, and we'll go from adding families into CCFA, really get into the how-to of those areas. I do want to highlight too, for those who are interested in billing and so forth, that information will be coming, but keep your questions coming in. We may just address them later on when we get to that section. So just recognizing that we're going to really focus on eligibility when we get back, and then in the afternoon, later on, we'll get into the billing payments and closures and attendance. So with that being said, let me give folks a time to be back. We're just going to make it a clean 1:10. That will be coming back from our lunch break. And time check for my team, I think it's a little over 45 minutes, but I'm not miscalculating, right? So I think 1:10 is just a clean time for us to come back. We are going to leave the room open. We just ask for folks, if you want to turn off your cameras, make sure you're on mute, and you'll be able to just stay on if you want to. If you want to leave the room, you could also leave the room and then come back, and we will readmit you. But with that being said, we will see you all at 1:10. So great. So as we reach 1:10, we're gonna continue on our journey. So as a reminder, we started this morning with Kinderweight. Before we went on break, we had the overview of the dashboards that are really gonna help you manage the CCFA piece. And now we're gonna be moving into some of the key functionalities that you should have awareness and knowledge of for CCFA. And that is, we're really focusing on eligibility. And this afternoon, we'll be going into attendance, billing, and closures, etc. So as always, reminding folks, and thank you for all the yeses, and thank you, Christy, for your comment that you're brand new. So this is really all new for you. So we're reminding folks that where this is the journey, and hopefully there will be some additional resources that will help you along your way. So Mohair, I'm going to allow you to start sharing your screen, and we're really gonna start with adding a family into CCFA. And Carmen and Mohair will be walking us through the functionality on Mohair's piece, and then any important reminders. And we're gonna also be using a scenario-based and demo approach to it. So I will be reading a couple of key scenarios, and then we'll be showing you how to do that. So Mohair, it looks like we're ready to go. And the first module will be adding a family to CCFA. So this morning we started off with Fred Flintstone, and we're gonna take that scenario and bring it into CCFA. So Fred Flintstone has received a funding availability notice from Kinderweight and is waiting to be imported to CCFA. He has 2-year-old twins and a new baby on the way. He needs childcare as soon as possible. His wife is pregnant and due soon. I do want to also say that for some of these scenarios, it is possible that when you might hear me say a name, don't get stuck on the names. It's more about the functionality, how to add this family with multiple children. We tried to be very intentional within the scenarios, just to show you a diverse perspective on scenarios. But Mohair, I'll turn it over to you and to Carmen to talk about Fred Flintstone and adding him into CCFA now that he's been offered funding.
Thank you, Bethany. So now we'll be talking about how to add Fred to, or how to add a family in CCFA. So first, as we know that we are going through an income eligible route for now. So first thing what we want to do in CCFA is to make sure that it is not already there in CCFA. The families which I'm trying to add is not already there in CCFA. So to do so, I will go to intake, click on add family member. So what this does is this opens up an advanced person and family search. So here, let's say I try to find it from the last name. So Stone was the last name. Let's click on search. So I don't find anybody from this, any person from this last name in CCFA. So what I'm trying to show is an example. So let me type in a different last name, which is very common one. So let's say I'm typing in Smith. So why I'm showing you this example is to make you understand that there is sometimes important that we give more than one criteria to refine the results or refine the search. So here it says that if this search criteria was too broad, right? So it says here already that only 500 records are displayed, but enter more search criteria to refine the results. So what it means is that why I'm showing you this is to show the importance of providing at least couple of search terms so that we are within the 500 row limit. So even if I filter down the list on the second page, or if you're filtering off, you will still be filtering off an incomplete result set. So you might still be missing the person you're looking for. So let's say that the person I am looking for is record number 501 or 510. So, and you typically type the secondary filter by first name, you would not see that person in the filtered results here. So it's always the best practice to do is always we go to our initial search criteria. We give a date of birth or city or first name and last name or just first name or city so that there are much lesser number of people to search. Let's say I give a, a city, right? So let's search again. So here you will see that there is a less number of people which I searched, and it's easier for me to find by using the filter by first name or the date of birth. So that's why I showed you this example, but let's go back to our family here. So as we already searched that, okay, we already searched that this person is not there in CCFA. So now what I do to add this person in CCFA is we go back to intake, sorry, add family, sorry. So we go here, we click on add family. Now what it does is it gives us a pop-up which says that would you like to import the family from waitlist system, which is Kinderwait system? So we have to enter the waitlist household ID to retrieve the family. So here, let me type in the household waitlist ID. 18, and now let's click on import. So right away, what it did, I have the family from waitlist. So here is the family which was added to Kinderwait today. So this technically made a call to Kinderwait to look up the family information. So here is a Kinderwait family information, and I see that nobody from the family has been imported. So the first of the CCFA family ID is not applicable, which is missing. And then there are no green check marks next to any of the names of the family members. So in some scenarios, it is possible that some, but not all of the family members have been imported, but not in this case. So once we start adding people, we will see a green check mark and a person ID for each person we add to the family in CCFA. So when we are adding a new family to CCFA, you have to add primary parent first. So in this family, we have two parents. If you need another parent to be listed as primary parents, that's completely fine. You can always change that once you have imported the family in CCFA. So now let's go back and add the member. So let's say the relationship start date starts today. It's parent, subtype biological. It's important again to give all the information, even though if it is not asterisk mark, but here because there was no middle name, I will just say no middle name. So if you have all these details, please fill up those details. SSN was not provided, so I will say unknown. I'll scroll down. So family name will always will be the last name of the primary parent. But if you want, this is something which is you can edit it. So if you don't want to keep this as a family name, you can always change it. So now let's go ahead. So here is the address. So you can always see the relationship. The start date address right now here is very weird, which is 110001. It will automatically change to relationship start date once we save this information. So let's scroll down. Primary language, let's say it's English. Race is unknown for now. I don't have any information for that. So let's say it is Acton. So one more thing which I missed was the relationship start date is always like you can make the start date retroactive 30 days before, but no further than that. So you have to make sure, but you add the relationship start date when after the family was added to kinderweight, and you cannot start before we have added it to kinderweight. So I gave it as today's date. Let me scroll down. So you can see here, the contact information is already given here because this was already given in kinderweight. So it pulls whatever we have in kinderweight. So now it does not have any email address. Because this is a primary parent, we can always give an email address if required. Let's say Fred sample.com. Let's select the type as personal. Let's say save. Now let's check all the information. If I give all the information, let's click on save. So now you see that when the primary parent is added, there is a green check mark against the parent and there is a PID number against the parent. Now let's go ahead and add other parent, which is Wilma Filmstone. So relationship start date will automatically for the second person will be default as the family start date. So in this case, it is today's. So let's say biological here. Again, we do not know the middle name, so I am giving it no middle name. But if you have the information, please fill it in. SSN is unknown. Let's scroll down. Let's say primary language is English. Unknown. Ethnicity is diffused. Let's say birth area is low. And let's save. Now both the parents have added to CCFA. Now let's go ahead and add the children. First, it's again, no middle name is given. It is unknown. Say this is English, this is unknown. Ethnicity is diffused. So usually for children, it always gives the primary parent's number, I think. So it shows error. So let me just fill it in. Let's click on save. Let's go ahead and add the second child. Adoptive, biological. Again, there is no middle name given. Say if you unknown. Primary language as English. I'm giving the race unknown, but you will have all the information. So it is recommended to fill all the information given. Let's say Acton. Again, I will give the phone number here. Usually the phone number is also pulled through Kinderweight for children. Let's click on save here. So now we see all the parent and children are added. I am not going to add this child because this is an unborn child, as mentioned by Christine during Kinderweight. So now let's click here to see the family. So here you can see, usually in CCFA, the family detail page are in the same way. You will see a summary on right side where you will have the waitlist ID, the physical address, the members of the family, authorizations, and placements. And here you will have the family name, the referrals, if there is any, address. You can see here the address start date is automatically updated as the relationship start date. Then there are members of the family. There is a place where you can enter inactive members as well. If any of the member is moving out or the relationship ended with this family and gone to a separate family, you can see an end date here, and those will be the inactive family members whom you can see here. Then there is authorizations and placement, appeals if there are any made by the family, and then sanctions and note if there is any notes for this family. So first, now let's go ahead and add authorization to this family. So from the family detail page here, we are going to create an authorization. So from action drop down, we will click on add authorization and click on go. So the first section of the form gives us the option to select the type. So because this is a new family who have never had any authorization before, we will get an error if I try to choose anything other than new. Funding resource is disabled and set to income eligible because there are no referrals for the family. Then it is contract or voucher, as I am logged in as a contract provider. So it has to be contract. So then the start date has to be today or anything in the future if the family is starting childcare in the future. So I can't make the start date earlier than today because this is a new family whose relationship start date is starting today. So let's say I start the relationship starting tomorrow. Let's click on, and then there are beneficiaries as well. If there is any child in the family who is not eligible, then CCFA will disable the checkbox if the child is ineligible based on their age or if they don't have any person's waitlist ID. Now let's click on next. So here I am brought to an additional information page where I need to add service need or activity for parents and guardians in the household. And then I need to add income. And also I need to add supporting documentation. So here, where there's a little link. So let me open this and try to add all the documents. So let's say we go ahead and add for primary parent first. Let's say employed. Activity is employment. Okay, description, or let's say Home Depot. Weekly hours is 30 hours. Let's validate the document. Pay stubs, again, description, let's say job 1 as Home Depot. Click on add and click on save. Let's add again and select the other parent, Wilma, employed. Let's say employment. Let's say Walgreens. Let's say again 30 hours. Validate. We can use space tab. This is again job 1 for this parent. Walgreens. Click on add and click on save here. Scroll down. Now we add income. So first for the primary parent, employment, add income detail. Frequency, let's say I say monthly, 2,700. Then type is payment. Description for the primary parent was job 1. Home Depot. Let's say check date is 1st of the month. Add and save. The pop-up comes saying that do you affirm all the data entered is valid? Click on OK. Scroll down. Add income. Let's add for Wilma, the second parent, employment. Add income detail. Let's say monthly. Let's say for her it is 1,700. Pay stubs. Description is job 1. Walgreens. Check date, Walgreens. Check date is 1st of the month. Click on add. Click on save. Again, we click OK. Now, document checklist is something which we need to fill for all the members of the family. So first, let's do for the parent. Driver's license. Click on save. Then for Wilma, again, it's driver's license. Then it is for the child. You can see here there is an option which is checked. Carry this document across authorization. So if we do reauthorization, this document checklist will be carried forwarded from here. If you want to change something, you can always change it. Then document is birth certificate. Let's click on save. Let's check. Let's click on next. Now let's review and click on submit here. Click on OK. So the status says denied, and reason for denial is financial eligibility. Let's see what we entered wrong. So it is denied. Base copay is 121. Fee level is 28. The service need, I think I've entered correctly. Then we come to income. For the primary parent, it was 2,700. For Wilma, it was 1,700, but I see that I have entered it wrong. I mistyped it as 17,000, and that's why it says denied. So now let's go back and edit this authorization. We can click on next. Here, we can edit this information. Let's edit, and let's say 1,700. Click on add, click on save. So why I showed you this is when you mistype something, your authorization status can be denied. So you have to make sure when we enter something, the information is absolutely correct, and you check before you submit it. So now click on next. Again, review and submit. I'm checking everything again. All looks good. Let's click on submit. Click on OK. So now the authorization has passed with a full-time authorization with the start date of tomorrow's, which is 6/24/2025 to 6/23/2026. Now, if I go to action dropdown and see, we were getting a lot of options before in the dropdown, but I don't see anything now because this authorization is in past status. Now, what that means is this authorization has gone to the secondary approver of your organization, and they will review it and approve or deny it based on what you have, what information is given here. So to do so, I will log out from this profile. Sorry. First, let me go back to the parent. Okay. So let's go back. Go back to the family which we created. I will copy the family ID here. Now let's log out again. Let's sign
Mohair,
in.
there are some questions in the chat.
Sure, Carmen.
Okay. So Molly asks, what document was used as proof of residency? Molly, she did not enter proof of residency there, even though you can. And that would be any of the documents that we list in our policy guide that you can use as proof of Massachusetts residency. Evelyn, the reason why she entered job 1 is for case of, these are examples. And what she's trying to show you is that while a field is not required, you should try to put in as much information as possible. So if a parent has 2 jobs, you may want to put job 1, like she did Home Depot, and then the other job 2 as whatever the other job is, because you don't always have your file in hand. So it would help if you have something to refer to in CCFA that will remind you of what this parent was doing and what they were reporting and what was, in the file. And then Carmen asks, if an authorization is denied, do all FAAs have the option to edit it if there was a mistake? I don't remember seeing this option. You should be able to edit it. And what it showed you when she entered it was that it was denied due to financial eligibility. You could also get denied due to service need. So for example, if you put in 9 hours for mom, it would deny it based on service need. And that would be the what you got back when you submitted. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Amanda, if someone gets paid cash but has not filed taxes and does not have any proof with pay stubs, what do we use and ask for in this case? Well, parents that are paid in cash have to have the completed employment verification form indicating that they are paid in cash, and then at reauthorization, they must provide you with a copy of taxes and a tax transcript. I hope I answered everybody's question. The other thing that I'd like to mention is, when she was searching for family members, you should always search for the child. You never know if that child, they may not tell you, that child may have been in DCF care and with a guardian. So always search for everyone in the household to make sure that you are not duplicating household members in CCFA. I think that's it, Mohair.
Thank you, Carmen. So now when we are going to do a secondary approval process, one thing which we have to note is I logged in as myself and created an authorization. So to approve or reject the authorization, I cannot do it under my name or under my account. So there should be somebody else in your organization who should be reviewing all the authorizations and all the details, who should be approving or rejecting authorizations based on what we have entered. So now let me log in as another person. So let's go to home. So here you see that I have two profiles here, authorization secondary approver for guild. So I will log in as an authorization secondary approver. Then I can always go to pending authorizations here, click on here, or if I know the family, I can directly go and type the family name. But here is the family I'm talking about. So here I see that the authorization is in past status. So I click on authorization on the right side, go to sub authorization detail page. From the action drop down, I review, click on go. Here we'll review the authorization. If everything looks good according to what they have provided us, we will approve or deny the authorization. In this case, as everything looks good, I will just go ahead and approve it. So once it is approved, the status automatically changes to approved. Now let me log out again and log in back again as myself. Let me log back again as org admin for guild. Go back to my family. So here you see that the authorization has been approved. Now we will move forward and add add placement for the children under the family. So there are a couple of places that you can add placement from. One is you can always click on authorization tab and go to sub authorization, which opens up sub authorization detail page. And from action drop down here, you can add placement. But there is another way from family detail page. You can directly click on action drop down and add placement and go from here. So I am just going from the family detail page. So now let's see location of care. I'm selecting the same location of care. Let's click on continue. So here we have seen the location of care. There is address given and you can see transportation available. There are some location of care who does not provide any transportation, but I see that in this location, the transportation is available. So now let's scroll down and go to placement information. So it is a full-time placement, so it will automatically come and it is a new authorization. There is no existing authorization. That's why when we click on action dropdown, only one authorization shows up here. So again, because I'm logged in as a contract subsidy, so this will always be a contract. Child name, let's select Pebbles. So child enrollment order is something where because these are like twins, there is no difference. But if there is any family where there are couple of children with different ages, 4 or 6, for example, we should make sure that we add the child, the youngest child first, because the youngest child should always have enrollment order number 1. So that means you have to make sure that you set the youngest child for enrollment order number 1. So we always want the enrollment order to go in order of children's age for enrolled children. So if there are 3 children in the family that are eligible to be receiving care, but only 2 of them are receiving care, we still want to select whatever children you are placing first to be the youngest child in care and to be enrollment order number 1. So, all right, let's go to start date and end date of the placement. Let's say the start date is on 25th, because the authorization is starting tomorrow. So let's say if it's 25th, and the end date is the end date of the authorization, which is 6/23. 2026. So usually the start date and end date of the placement can be whatever it needs to be within the range of sub-authorization. So I can place this child in care before the authorization start date. But as I said, because the authorization start date is tomorrow's, I am placing the child in care from 25th of June.
I'm sorry, Mohair. Just contracted providers need to remember that the authorization start date and the placement start date must be the same day. It should not be later. Okay,
Thank you, Carmen.
you're welcome.
So again, next is the program. So the program drop down populates based on the start and end date of the placement. So if this child is school age child, I would place them in after school, before school only, or before and after school program. But this child is 2 years and 2 months, I will place them in center based toddler program. So if there is a school aged, a preschool aged child, I would place them in appropriate school program based on their age. There are some programs which are like center based infant care, which is for the children who are less than 15 months old. There is center based toddler care, which we just chose, which is from 15 months to 2 years and 9 months. Then there is center-based preschool care, which is from 2 years, 9 months to 5 year old. Then there is also family childcare under 2 years, which is from birth to 2 years. There is also family childcare 2 years and older, which is again from 2 years to 5 years old. And then there is school age, which is 5 years to 13 years old. Then next is slot number and classroom, which are optional field. You can always fill these in if you want to, but one thing to note is they can't be edited. So once you put any attendance entries or any billing against the placement, you can't change them. So for now, I'm leaving it as is. But if you don't want to change them, you can always fill in the slot number and classrooms details here. So the next thing we need is to do is set the placement type. So we have 5 options available. Regular is just that. It implies that the regular schedule for full-time placement. A lot of time, this also means that they are attending Monday through Friday, but it could be something like they are full-time placement, but they are attending care Monday through Thursday because Fridays after school, they have some other activity that they go to. Next one is intermittent. So intermittent is probably the most common placement type among school-aged children. So what that means is that they attend regularly, but any days when school is closed but care is open, they are going to be attending a full day instead of just those after school hours. So this usually happens a lot on those school vacation weeks in both February and April, or really any other holiday where school might be closed, but the provider remains open and accepts care for the full day. Then we have flexible schedule. So with flexible schedule, we are not setting schedule based on days of the week. Rather, we are setting how many days the child would be attending. So let's say if it is flexible and 3 days, if I select, so the care can be given any 3 days of the week, but which 3 days that can vary from week to week. Like for first week, the child can go Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. The next week it might be Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. So that really depends on the need of the family. The next one is intermittent flexible schedule. So that would be a combination of flexible uh, and intermittent. So we are still setting number of days, but also adding that. So there may be days that child would attend when school is closed, and they are going to be attending that provider for the full day instead of just after school. So next and the last one is school closure only. So the child is going to be attending care on days that school is closed. So for sake of the demo, I will keep this as regular. Next is transportation. So the transportation always defaults to say no transportation. So we can determine transportation eligibility for the child by clicking on determine transportation eligibility, and it also depends on what the family needs are, what information did the family give, or what their needs really are. So here, uh, as I said, this provider does provide transportation, so they have to offer transportation in order to set the placement with transportation. So we click on determine transportation eligibility just to determine if the child is eligible or no. So there are two sets of questions that you might see. The first set has to do with determining if the child is eligible for transportation from where they live to the provider or from the provider to where they live. And the second set of questions is determining if the child is eligible for transportation from where they attend school uh, to where they attend the provider. So this could also mean that transportation from after school to the provider for after school program, or it could be even that if the provider who offers before and after school services. So it just depends on what provider offers and what families' needs are, and whether or not they qualify based on the questions in the survey. So as you answer the questions, the transportation eligible will change to yes or no. So if you see, is the distance between home and daycare less than half a mile? Let's say no. Is car available? Let's say no. Is public transportation available? No. Does the parent or child have disability that prevents the use of car, transport, or walk? If I say yes, the transportation eligible is changed to yes now. So let's click on save. Let's scroll down. So now for this placement, they have two-way transportation for this child. Next, what we talk about is schedule. So schedule is, there are only three types of schedule there, which is weekly, bi-weekly, and 4-week alternate. So weekly is, we can always schedule it as weekly as full time, part time, after school, before school, or before and after school. So weekly is by far the most common placement schedule, but it could be bi-weekly scenario where maybe 1 week they're attending Monday through Thursday, and the next week when they're attending all 5 days, like I said before, some kind of after school activities that's there every other Friday. And also you could use the scenarios in joint custody if the child is going to be spending 1 week with one parent and then another week with other parent. We could set the schedule, say Monday to Friday they're attending after school or full time, and the second week we will leave as no service. Then in the other family, when I place this child, I would set the first week as no service and the second week to reflect whatever the schedule needs to be. So there is a little legend over here. You can open that up and it will tell you the transportation types and placement type and what they mean. So transportation on placement schedule should reflect the maximum. So if they may be using transportation every day of the week, it should be set on the placement. And if they don't use it one day, you can reflect that in attendance. So let's say for demo, I will keep it as weekly. Let's say it is full time because it's toddler based. Transportation, let's say I will say two-way. Let's check everything again and click on save. So let's go back, click family. So you can see that placement for pebbles have been created here. So now let's go ahead and create the placement for the other child. The easier way to do that is from action drop down. I can copy this placement, click on go, change the name and change the enrollment order. And all the other things will be the same. And I can click on save here. So I see a successful message. The placement has been created successfully. So let's go back to the family. So here we see that authorization and placement for both the children. So there is other way where we can see the authorization and placement in family detail page. We scroll down. So here you can see authorizations. You can see one authorization which was denied. This was denied because I entered the wrong income for the parent. And this is what the approved authorization looks like. If I click on the plus sign here under authorization, I can see the placements here also with the basic information like where this child goes to which provider, what is the program type, and start date and end date. So before moving forward, Carmen, is there anything you want to add?
There is a question, Mohair, and I believe you reviewed this, but if you could go back to it. Intermittent and intermittent flexible schedule. What is the difference in these two schedules?
So it's again very same schedule. Let's go back. So let me try to edit. So continue. Again, flexible schedule is something where we type the number of days, and intermittent flexible is also the same, but it may be something like the child will go 3 days in a week and another 2 days. Again, we set the same number of days, but there is no big, huge difference in both the placement types here. Let me cancel this because I don't want to save this. So adding here. Carmen, anything else you want to add before I move forward?
No, Anne Marie did mention that I thought for contract providers that the authorization and placement date needed to be the same. Yes, Anne Marie, they do, but she had already started it. But I had mentioned it, that the placement date and the authorization date have to be the same.
I do want to add just one thing around the secondary approver. I think we mentioned it last time we did the training, just making sure that you are paying attention as you are approving, that if you see anything, you're not just clicking approve, that you're sort of reviewing it and catching any potential errors there and sending it back. And then the transportation form, I'm sorry, there was I know Elise answered it in the chat. Carmen, did you want to add something on about the transportation form and just how it's used?
If the parent is requesting transportation, then you should have that. You must have that form in your file as part of your file. But there was a section, Molly, and it's on the bottom. So the first section of questions for transportation ask about how far and things of that nature. The second section does ask about wraparound care, which is, I believe, what you were asking about. And that's the second part in CCFA that you will see. Would a child be able to be in 2 different agencies for 2 days a week and in another agency 3 days a week? Shanice.
Yes. Hi. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of parents asking me these things, and I'm like, no, you can't. And they're like, well, yes, we can because I have a voucher. And I'm like, no, you can't. But I just want to be 100% sure. Is that possible with a voucher?
Bala, I'm gonna rely on you. I believe it is possible. You can do two different placements with two different providers with different days. Bala, can you please confirm for me, please?
That is correct. So you can have two overlapping placements as long as the schedules don't overlap. Placement one can be Mondays and Tuesdays. Placement two can be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and each of those can be at different locations.
Now, another question that I have is if, let's say, the family has different days every other week, is that doable or no?
That's the biweekly schedule that Mohair pointed,
So
where
let's say one parent one has a child 2 days a week this week, and then next week parent one has a child for 3 days. Is that doable? Like every week is different. 3, 2, 3, 2.
great. So you'd have authorizations and placements in two different families. The placement dates have to match between the families, and when you do that, you can set alternating schedules. So on the placement one, you could have week one as the child schedule, week two would be all not scheduled. And then when you go to the second family, week one would be not scheduled, and week two would be when the child is attending.
Okay. Now, my next question is how do these families get these? Because a lot of these families are asking to get vouchers, but it's for some reason it seems to be very difficult because a lot of the providers don't want just 2 days a week, I guess, or 3 days.
So that would be a policy question. Elise, do you want to respond to that one?
I mean, programs may not have availability to take families part-time if they, have full-time families in place. We should be honoring parent choice as far as the level of care that they need, and eligibility for childcare financial assistance is not based on, if a parent needs full-time care or part-time care, but you're going to be working with, a family is going to need to work with programs individually on what availability they have to take children in. So yeah, I mean that program may not have space to take a family for only a few days.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. I think we're ready to, well, you know what, there's one more question and then we can move forward. Molly, is it best for school-age programs to place a kid during summer vacation since it's full days and start new placement for school year when it's mostly after school days? And Molly, if I haven't fully articulated your question, you could definitely come off of mute.
Hi. So yeah, I was just wondering, like right now I'm placing our kids in the summer program since it's all full day care. But then I was planning in August to do a separate placement for some of those kids that are joining us for the school year. Is that what I should do for the future? Is that best practice?
I would think an intermittent place, if you're expecting them to be year round, I would think an intermittent placement would be best because that would take care of both, full-time during school closures and after school or before and after school during the school year. And it would be less work on you, right? It would be one and, done basically, rather than going in and then changing placements and potentially missing something.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so Mohair, I know you just took us through placement. Now we're gonna do a scenario about some change reporting, right? So this
Right.
is a family who needs to report a change to his family situation since his wife just had their new baby 8 days ago.
Correct. So Now I have a family here. Let's go on the family detail page first. Sorry, this is a timeout issue. It happens when I'm not doing anything in the training, but it does not happen in production. So please bear with me. So here you can see there is a waitlist ID. So first step we do is, let's see, refresh waitlist ID and click on go. Click on update here. So here you can see that this is the members who are already there on CCFA. But here there is one more child, Lucy, who's been in the kinderweight, who's a newborn child to the family. So now we'll see how we will add a newborn or we'll add a family member to the family. So to do that, so this is something which is a non-temporary change which happens. So parent already has an authorization, but the total gross income of the household income has changed, or there is the changes in household composition for more than 30 days in total in the authorization, or any change in parents' work, training, or education participation has been deemed to a non-temporary change. Also, when we are trying to add a new child in the family, we can see we will do a non-temporary change. So first thing, I will copy the waitlist ID. Now again, let's go back to intake, add family member. Sorry, intake, add family. Here again, I will copy the waitlist ID and click on import. So here we see that the one child is not being added to CCFA. So now let's go ahead and add the child. Let's click on add member. So here the relationship start date will be uh, the date when the child was born, and not when the child was born or what to see when we are trying to import the child to CCFA. So what this comes is, by default, it shows us the relationship start date as the family start date by default. So now let's change it to today's date. Let's select the subtype. We do not have a middle name for the child, so let's say no middle name. So this was the date of birth of the child. Let's say it's SSN is unknown right now. Primary language we are selecting as English. You can give all the information if you have it. For demo purposes, I don't have the information, so I am just writing as refused or not aware, unknown. So let's say it is Boston. So as I said, primary parents' phone number will also reflect on the children. So now let's click on save. Now I see that the child has been added to the family. We will click here to see the imported family. So the child has been added. Now let's go to the authorization. From action drop down, let's select on non-temporary change. Let's click on go. So again, we are presented here with funding source and contract voucher, which is again display only. We can only update the start date and beneficiaries, including exempt from the placement by age checkbox. So let's say I got the paperwork today and I'll start applying changes starting today. So let's say I do it as I added this child to CCFA as today. So I will start it as authorization will start also as today.
If you get the documentation today, the authorization will start no earlier than tomorrow.
Than tomorrow. Right. But Can I keep the start date as today as well, Carmen?
You can change
For
it
the-
to
You can
For
change it for
tomorrow?
tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, so I'll change it for tomorrow, but you can't go later than that. So now let's click on next. So we have to give the service needs and income for the parents in the family again. So let's say Christina, employed, activity is employment. Let's say job description for Christina is CVS, 30 hours. Let's say validate document. The type is pay stubs. Description is job 1, CVS. Click on add and click on save here. Now let's go ahead and add the employment for the second parent, Dion. Employed consumer, activity is employment. Let's say this is Target. Hours is 32. Type again pay stubs. I say job 1, Target. Click on add and click on save. Moving forward, we will add the income. Let's say for parent, let's say for Christina, employment, add income details. I am doing it at monthly. So let's say 2400. Pay stubs, description as job 1 as CVS. Check date is 1st of month. Click on add. Click on save. Do you affirm that all data entered is valid? Click on OK. Click on add income for the second parent, Dion. Employment, add income, let's say monthly. We say 2800. Type is income. Description is job 1. Target. Check date is 1st of the month. Click on add and click on save. Click on OK here. Let's scroll down. Here we see that document checklist is already there for all the members in the family, but not for Lucy because we just added that child. So let's add the document checklist for the new member of the family as, let's say, birth certificate. Click on save and click on next. So here, this is the review and submit page. We will review all the information we entered. Did we enter for everybody in the family? We'll just check that. Now let's click on submit. Click on OK. So again, we see that the status has been passed with no base copay. If it is full-time or part-time authorization, you can see it is full-time. And the start date will be from tomorrow to 6/18/2026, which is till end of the which is the end of the authorization. So now we go back to the family. Bala, are we using this family for attendance? Do you want me to add placement as well?
No, I think we're good. We don't need placement.
Carmen, do you wanted to add something here?
Excuse me. So I wanted to explain that when you're adding someone to the household, be it an infant or a second parent, you have to do a non-temporary change. Just adding the information into CCFA where she went to add family member, and that's not sufficient to add them to the authorization and the household size. So we've gotten help desk tickets where it said, I've added the baby, but I don't see the baby as a beneficiary. That's because you haven't done a non-temp change. Okay, so you have to follow it up with a non-temp change. And then there is a question, Anne Marie, when do non-temp changes due to family size, do you use the same income information or use current income information? If the information hasn't changed, you don't have to ask for updated information. So if the parents are saying, I'm still working my same hours, I'm still working my, still getting the same income, you can enter the same information that was originally entered as part of that non-temp change. Thanks, Mohair.
Thank you, Carmen. So now, moving forward, we are showing another example where, Bethany, do you want to take over?
Yes, sure. So our next example, we'll be looking at a family that has been referred to you from a local homeless shelter. She would like to enroll her child into childcare because she has found a job. She has a 4-year-old with special needs.
So we will add a person who has referred from a local homeless shelter. So to do that, let's go to our home first. So to do that, let's go to intake, add family. So as I said before, this person is not coming from Kinderweight. This is referred from a homeless shelter. That means this person is coming through a referral. So here we will cancel this and we are directly brought to an add person page. Before doing that, like we did before, we will go to add family member page. We will search that person here if that person is already there in CCFA or not. If the person is not there in CCFA, then we go ahead and add the person in CCFA. So to add that person, we go to add family page. We cancel this because this is not coming from Kinderweight. So let's say the relationship start date is as today's. Let's say parent, biological. The first name is Cynthia. Let's say it's Lydia. Sorry, Smith. We don't know the middle name again, so I'll say no middle name. Gender as female. Date of birth as 03/09/1988. We don't have an SSN, so let's say unknown. Scroll down because we are adding Lydia Smith first, so she's the primary parent, and that's why the family name is last name of Lydia. Again, there is no waitlist ID because this is not coming from Kinderweight, and there is no address. So let's add address here. Or Berry Street. Let's say Grafton. 01560. Let's say save. Let's say we use the original address. The primary language, let's say it's English. Race, again, if you have all the details, please fill on all the details. I do not have information. That's why I'm using unknown or refused. Let's say the city of birth is Worcester. Because this is we are adding as a parent, we need to have a phone number to the parent. So let's say home phone number is Click on save. If you want, you can have an email address or phone number is just fine. So let's click on save. So now this gives us an error because this person requires a waitlist ID to save on CCFA. But as we mentioned earlier, that this person is coming through a referral. So how do we know that this person is coming through referral? We should always check this checkbox which says, is this family or children receiving subsidized care that requires a referral? For example, DCF, DTA, or IE, homeless with referral. We have to check this checkbox before saving any person we are trying to add through referral in CCFA. So now let's click on save. And I see that person has been saved. Now we'll go ahead and save, add her son. So from action drop down, we click on add family member and click on go. Again, relationship start date will be the same as the parent. Let's say child. Let's say we Wes Smith. We say there is no middle name. Gender as male. Date of birth as 09/05/2021. Let's say it's 2020 because the child is 4 years old. So SSN, I say unknown. So again, I have to check this checkbox.
Where the scenario talks about special needs, so you might want to just use that flag there.
So we'll click in this checkbox. So let's say we say other disability, duration permanent, reason is disabled child because we told that the child is with special needs. Scroll down, we add DCF referral. Sorry, not here. Let's scroll down. We have already check marked the referral here. So the primary language again is English. Race is unknown. Ethnicity is refused. This is again Worcester. Add phone number. We will give the parents' phone number. Click on save. Now click on save here. Now we see if I go to family page, I can see both mother and child to be in the family here, but this family does not have a waitlist ID. Now let's go ahead and try to add an authorization to this family. To do that, let's go to add authorization. Click on go. It will give us an error because this family has no referral information and no waitlist information. If the funding source is not available as an option, then please verify that the family information is complete or the referral information has been added. So why did this give us error? Because we did not add any referral information in the family before adding authorization. So from action drop down, let's say we click on edit family, click on go. Now here under referrals, there is a link to add referrals. Here, let's select homeless. We don't need any referral ID for homeless. It's optional. So agency, let's say I select as agency. Let's see, this is 1 year of, so let's say 6/22, 2026. It is a 1 year of it will be a 1 year of authorization. So I'm just doing 1 year of referral as well. Click on save. Click on save here. Now let's go back to action dropdown and click on add authorization. So now you can see that we are able to add an authorization. Again, this is a new family. Anything other than, if I select anything other than new, it will give us an error. Funding source is homeless. So we have start date as today's, but because we just added the family to CCFA today, I can start the authorization starting tomorrow. Carmen, Bala, can we, is there anything to add?
I would, so if you got the authorization, the referral today, then you would start the authorization tomorrow. So the authorization and then everything else would start tomorrow.
Right. So that's what I selected. So because it is starting today, we are adding authorization starting tomorrow. So let's click on next. So here again, we need to give service need, activity, income, and document checklist. So parent, homeless, activity is again homeless. There is no description here. Weekly hours, let's say 40. Let's validate document. So there are three options here where they can get a letter from shelter program, or there is no document required for homeless, or homeless referral. For now, I will select as homeless referral. Click on add. Click on save. Scroll down. We add the income. So because they are homeless, then there will be no income. We don't need to add income, add any detail for income. So let's click on save. Scroll down. Document checklist, again, as I said before, it is for everybody in the family. So parent, let's say it is driver's license. Click on save. Click on add. Child, let's say the birth certificate. Click on save. Click on next here. Let's review all the information we provided and click on submit. Click on OK here. So the authorization has passed for a full year as full-time. So now let's go back to the family. Copy the family ID, because what we'll do now is we will add, we have to add placement, but before we go to add placement, we need to approve this authorization as a secondary approver. So I will log out from this page. I will sign in as a different person. So because we have already demoed this, I'm just going over it very fast. I'm logging in as secondary approver. I will directly go to the family ID, click on the authorization. From action drop down review, go. I'll just look into it, and if everything looks good, we just approve it. We go back. We sign in. And again, I'm going back to org admin as guild. directly to the family, and we see that this is approved. Carmen, Bala, do we need to add placement as well for this family?
No, we don't need to add the placement. I would just add for everyone, as I said, so if you're entering the homeless referral as of you should enter the homeless referral as of the date that you're starting the authorization. It shouldn't be the day before and then you have kind of a mismatch there, but it should mirror each other, okay? And especially for a contracted seat, they both have to start on the same day. And then a best practice would be the family has a referral. She checked to make sure that they're not in CCFA, and that's great. You should also check to make sure that they're not in Kinderweight, because a family could have placed their name on Kinderweight and their circumstances changed. And they then got a referral from, in this case, it was a homeless referral. It could have been DCF, whatever. And then you would find them in Kinderweight with a household ID. So always double check both systems to make sure that, you're bringing in the most current information. Bethany, do you have anything, or Bala?
Yeah, in case you added the family into CCFA and then realized they were also on Kinderweight, you could use the refresh waitlist ID option here to link those two records.
And the only thing I would add, I think just for the sake of time, the sake of training, whatever we sort of walk through, hopefully you're catching the flow of the secondary approver and then you put in the placement. For the sake of time and just giving you time for questions, when we've already performed a functionality like putting in a placement, where for this family, you would put in a placement, but we're not going to demo that because we've already demoed that for you. So just those little reminders as you're seeing these different scenarios. All right. So I think with that being said, and there are no questions in the chat, right, that have come up?
No, I haven't seen any.
Okay, good. So that means to us, hopefully, that everything is making sense to you and we could keep on moving forward. So now we've done some placements, getting some initial authorizations in, secondary approver, and we are moving to a family. And this is Joseph and his wife have 2 children enrolled in your program. Both parents were employed full-time. His authorization is ending in 60 days, so he will need to be reauthorized. So we'll demo the reassessment letter and that process for you. Mohair?
Bethany, just the name. We are going through Richard.
Okay, no problem.
But
And as I said in the beginning, just for the sake of the training environment, if any name changes, so we're fine. You'll see Richard on the screen. Thank you, Mohair.
Thank you. So now we'll be discussing about how do we do a reauthorization, and we generate a reassessment letter for doing reauthorization. So now we have this family. Let me go ahead and copy the family. So to generate a reassessment letter, first, what we do is we go to reports, click on letters. From select report type, we click on reassessment letters to family. Let's say due in 60 days and click on search. So this takes a little bit of time to download because there are a lot more families to get reauthorized. So
while we wait for the page to load, you can see that you can search on different criteria, start and end date of the auth, or the number of days the reassessment is due in. You also have an option to filter by provider if you want to do that. And then there's a checkbox at the bottom that says show families already printed. So as soon as you generate a reassessment letter in CCFA, that family is marked as letter printed. And if you want to reprint the letter or just look at families for whom you printed and sent the reassessment letters, you can check that option and then search. That'll show you all families for which the letters have been sent as well.
Thank you, Bala. So, okay, perfect. Let's see here. So now, to find the families, we will deselect everything. We'll just find our family, which is this family. We will select or check the checkbox here and click on generate letters. Because this is taking a little bit of time to load, I think I have a reassessment letter already loaded. So I'll just show you that letter for the same family. So this is what the reassessment letter will look like. Please let me know if you all can see this.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Bethany. So this is just giving an information that your childcare will be ending soon, and every 12 months you must provide information to reauthorize your childcare financial assistance, meaning you have to renew to get 12 more months of childcare. So the time for you to reauthorize is now. In this letter, we tell you why you need to reauthorize your childcare financial assistant and what you need to do to reauthorize it. So there will be few information. Why do I have to reauthorize my childcare financial assistance? So it will say that your childcare financial assistance for the following children, Richard, will end on 8/12/2025. If you do not reauthorize your childcare financial assistance before the end date above, your childcare financial assistance subsidy will end on that given day, which is 8/12/2025. So this is what the letter looks like. It will have the family ID. It will give you all the information, like who do I contact to reauthorize my childcare financial assistance, or what information do I have to bring to my appointment to reauthorize my childcare financial assistance. So this is what the letter will look like. So I'll go back and type the family ID. So as the letter said, if you do not reauthorize, the childcare will end on 8/12/2025, which is the end of your authorization. So now we will go ahead and reauthorize the authorization. And also we will talk about a scenario where the father, like Richard, has reduced his hours and is now working only 15 hours a week, which is also known as reauthorization, but we are doing that with pathway to full-time employment. So let's click on authorization.
And Mohair, while you're doing that, I just do want to add, Mohair is focusing on the functionality of the system, but the counseling, the conversations, multiple modes of communication, everything that we've said in policy is still there. She's just showing you what you do in CCFA as a system. But again, as you're working with families, you're continuing to support them, educate them, have conversations with them ongoing. It's not just sending this out and then it's done. So those expectations are still there. Sorry,
Thank you,
Mohair,
Bethany.
you could go ahead with the
Yeah.
the pathways one.
Yeah. So from family detail page, again, we will add authorization and click on go. So here you can see it gives us a funding source. So this is an income eligible authorization because the previous one was also income eligible. So I'll select the same. Let's click on continue. So here you can say the status says pending and type is reauthorization because it already has an authorization in place. So now when we reauthorize this, the start date will be after the end of the current authorization. So as current authorization ends on 8/12/2025, our new authorization after the reauthorization starts with 8/13/2025. And then, as usual, we have beneficiaries with exempt from placement checkmark. Any child who is about 13 is an ineligible child. So we don't have anything here. So let's click on next. So here we need to add activity and income again, but document checklist is already there in place because we are just doing this as a reauthorization. We click on add. So as we said, we are doing a pathway to full-time for Richard. So for Courtney, we will have the same information like employed activities, employment, let's say description as Walmart, hours as 30, validate document, let's say pay stubs, job 1 as Walmart. Click on add and click on save. Now click on add here. Now for Richard, we will be selecting as employed first, and then we will give him as employment, but we will select only for 15 hours, 20 hours. Sorry, we'll select at 15 hours and validate the document as pay stubs. Let's say he does as job 1 as CVS. Click on add, click on save. Because we are using pathway to full-time as employment, we will select Richard again, service need as pathway to full-time employment, activity as pathway to full-time employment. Weekly hours is, sorry, Carmen or Bala, is it 1 hour here or 5 hours?
You can put 1.
Okay. So we'll just put 1 hour here. Validate document. There is no document required. And there is no description needed here. So we click on add and we click on save here. Let's scroll down and add income. So for primary parent first, let's click on employment. Nothing changed for the primary parent. So let it be monthly. Let's say 2,700. Pay stubs, description again. It was job 1 as Walmart. Check date is 1st of the month. Sorry. Click on add, click on save. Let's scroll down. Okay, add. Now this is for Richard, income as employment because he's still employed for 15 hours. So monthly, and let's say it is only 700. Description as job 1, PBS, first of month, click add and click on save. You scroll down, document checklist is already there for everybody. Let's click on next. We review and submit all the documents which we have provided or all the information we have put in. Before I submit, is there anything to add, Carmen?
So that we do have questions, and the first one is why only 1 hour for pathway to full-time employment? Wouldn't it be the difference between the hours he works now and the full-time service need of 25 hours? 10 hours pathway to full-time employment. So, and then someone else asked the same, pretty much the same thing. And that is why, because the maximum amount with pathways would have been 5. And it doesn't, you know, it's easier if we say 1 hour will authorize pathway to full-time employment rather than you trying to gauge how many hours they need. And then when you get to, let's say, 18, you can't put more than 5 hours. So 1 hour pathway to full-time employment is sufficient.
It allows it to trigger it in the CPFA system. So just to keep it clean so that you're not trying to kind of put a puzzle together with the hours. We really just need the 1 hour to trigger it.
Exactly. And then the other question is, can we do pathways to employment and 12-week authorization? If the family has at least 15 hours of employment, then you should be able to use the 1 hour of pathway to full-time employment, and that would give them a 12-month authorization, not a 12-week. Does that answer? For instance, if a parent just had a 12-week auth at the end of that, could we do pathways? If they had a 12-week auth and didn't have sufficient to use pathways prior, but at least gained up to 15 hours, at least correct me if I'm wrong, they could add the 1 hour of pathway to full-time employment and give them the remainder of that 12-month authorization. And please remember that it's the remainder of the 12-month authorization, because that 12-week authorization it's encompassed by the 12-month auth.
Correct. And so, like you said, Carmen, initially we should be trying to get a family a 12-month full-time authorization, you know, if they qualify for it. And you know, we're trying our best to get people fully authorized. And so if they've had a 12-week because they had minimal hours, they were only given that provisional initially, but then at the end of that 12 weeks, they do qualify with, you know, enough hours to get pathways to full-time employment, they could have that for the remainder. But again, it is all counseling. You know, a family is only going to qualify for that pathways to full-time employment for the rest of, you know, the remaining 9 months. And then after that, they need to be supported by you in finding, you know, additional hours, either, you know, through a community resource or through something internally on, you know, increasing their hours to meet the full-time authorization to continue that level of care.
Kara, I believe that Elise just answered your question, correct?
Yeah, it cannot be used consecutively. And again, you know, 15 hours is hardly enough to support a family in Massachusetts. We want to be ensuring we're able to provide a level of childcare that supports the family in getting in, their child stable, and then getting them connected to employment and training resources to, you know, increase their hours to hopefully work at a level that qualifies them for full-time care moving forward.
So moving forward, thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Elise. I will click on submit. So let's click on OK here. Sorry. I will just type the ID again. So we don't have the authorization. Sorry for the timeout. I will just add an authorization again. I will be a little fast this time. Carmen, do you want me to go through everything again? Or can I just fill it up faster?
Right, you can just fill it quickly.
Okay. Sorry for the timeout issues. I will be just doing that. If you have any more questions in the meantime, please feel free to write it in the question panel.
I'm just going to say there are a number of questions about pathways and 12-week authorizations. And so I do just implore you to please go back and read the policy advisory. And if you need the slides again, please reach out to your family access specialist. I don't want to use too much time of the systems training going through policy. So I think, please go back to the policy advisory. Please go back to the training slides. If you still have kind of questions, they are very different things. And so I think I would just implore you to review the materials first.
Well, here, cancel out and go to the family detail page, scroll down to see if the auth was there in a pending state.
Yeah, let me see that one. Oh yeah, I have it here. So
actually, looks like it was denied, the earlier submission. As I was saying, the training environment may not be current with the rule set. So
it is just the test environment, and that's why it is denied. But this is how we do a pathway to full-time authorizations or reauthorization when we are changing it to pathway to full-time. So moving forward. Carmen, do you want to go through the next example, or Bethany?
Yes, I will. So now we're looking at a family who has a 7-year-old son, and they're getting ready to move in the child's getting ready to move in with another guardian. The family is working with DCF and has an open case. So DCF has provided you a referral for the child who will be needing care during the day. So this will
Bethany,
be, oops,
we
sorry,
missed one of, sorry, I think we missed one of the
I'm sorry,
examples.
we did. That is, okay, a mother with 2 children. She's employed full-time, but now is working 10 hours due to a chronic health issue that doesn't allow her to work more than that. So this will be about change reporting, a temporary change.
Right. So we have Tracy, the mother of 2 children. So because of her chronic health issues, which does not allow her to work more than 10 hours per week, we will be doing a non-temporary change and to the sub-authorization. So before doing any non-temp, if you want to do any temporary change, sorry, it is temporary change. So I'll go to authorization. From action drop down, let's select temporary change as an option. Let's click on go. It will give me, okay. Because the placement has been ended, is already over on 5/13/2026. So this will not allow me to go forward, but let's go ahead and do the temporary change. So usually temporary change. Sorry, Mala?
No, I said you need to change the start date for the temporary change. This
Right.
defaults current start date. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say we select the start date as maybe 26th of June. And end date usually can be anything before 5/13/2026, which is end of the authorization. But because in our scenario, the mother is going to chronic health issue, I will give the end date as the end of authorization date, which is 5/13/2026. And then I'll click on next. So here it gives me an error which says that there are active placements tied to the current or future authorizations. Please end the placements before initiating another overlapping authorization. So what that means is we have to end the placements before starting anything new. So let's change the change the end date on the placements. Let's say I end the placement on 6/25 because I'm starting the next one as 6/26. Click on update. Let's go on the other child and change the end date for other child as well, which is 6/25 again. Click on update. Let's close this tab. Now let's click on next here. So here, let's enter the service need and income again. So let's say service need is parent, service need is reduction in hours, activity reduction in hours. Weekly hours is 10, validate document, temporary change form. We don't have any description here. Click on add. Before I add and save, Carmen, is there anything you want to add here?
No, so there's a question in the chat that asks, does the health condition need to be in an EEC approved special need of parent? No, because she's doing it on a 12-month authorization. So this is a reduction of hours, temporary change that does not need to be approved by EEC.
Thank you, Carmen. So I will save it here. So it says reduction in hours. We gave all the information. Weekly 10 hours. So now let's go to income. Tracy. Employment. Add income detail. So I'll show you the example where we can enter weekly income. So because we are saying that she's working only 10 hours per week, let's say it is 400. Select type, let's say pay stubs. Description as I can just say target. Check date is because I said 4 weeks. Let's go back and choose as 23rd. Then add income detail again. We select weekly. Pay stubs. Target. 30th. Add. So add income details. Weekly. 100. Pay stubs. Target 6th. Click on add. And again, we add the income detail for the last week. As 13th. Click add and click on save. Let's click on OK. So she's working only 10 hours per week. This is her income. We already have document checklist in place for all the members in the family. Let's click on next. Go to review and submit page. Review all the information given and click on submit. Click on OK here. So we see that the status has passed and the start date is 6/26/2025 and the end date, because this in the scenario the parent have a chronic health issue which that's why I gave the end date as 5/13, which is end of the previous authorization itself. So now, Bala, do we need to fill in the placements or?
No, you can move forward with your next scenario. We don't need placement.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Bethany, do you want to go to the next
Yep,
scenario?
yep. So everybody already got a preview, but I'll read it again. So there is a family that has a 7-year-old son. The child is getting ready to move in with another guardian. The family is working with DCF and they have an open case. DCF provides a referral for the child that will be moving, who will need childcare during the day. So we'll be doing a demo showing change reporting when a child is moving from to a different FID, and Mohair will walk us through that piece.
So this is the family from where the child will be moving to a different family. So to move any family from this family, we will first go to child, click on the child's name. From action drop down, we click on move family member and click on go. So here, let me get the, so we'll select again the child who's moving. We have to type in the family ID where the child will be moving to. So let's click on search. So this is the family we are moving the child to. Let's click on select here. So relationship type in the new family is foster child. Effective start date, let's say we are moving this child as of today itself. Keep current family relationship. This checkbox only applies when there is a joint custody scenario. But in this case, we are just moving the child from one family to other family. And then comments, let's say, moving the child. Let's just say moving the child. Let's click on next. So here, it will give us the information of the current family, which we are in, and the new family association where this child will go to as a foster child, because it says relationship type in the new family will be foster child. Let's click on save. Now we see that the child has been moved from the previous family to the new family here. So now how do we add a DCF referral to the child in this family? Let's go to action drop down. Sorry. Let's go to action drop down, edit family, click on go.
Mohair, this would be on the child, the DCF referral. Yeah.
Sorry, Bala.
You need to go to person details for the child.
Oh, okay. So let's go to the foster child here. Let's click on edit, click on go. So here we will add DCF referral. So I will go ahead and add the DCF. So here we have to give the DCF case number and other details. So let's say I give the case number as 3764995. Then again, we have to give them DCF authorization number, or it's also known as referral number, which is 168985542. The start date is as today. So end date will be the end of this authorization. So let's say 8/7/2025. Sorry, 2025.
DCF will be its own authorization, so you should enter the end date to be 1 year from the start date.
So it's 06, 22, 2026. DCF region. We will select the region according to the home. So let's select, let's say, I select North Bedford, click on save. So here we have added the DCF reference. You see all other information is already given. Let's click on save. So relationship subtype is foster child. And then other all information is given. Let's click on save here. Now we go back to the family. And we add a DCF authorization in the new family. This is the new family where we moved the child to. So let's add authorization. Click on go. So here, foster child is Jason. So it's pending. It's a new authorization. It's a DCF funding. It's contract. It's for 1 year. Service need. Supportive childcare. Bala, can we use supportive childcare or
9S
Would
in
be
this case.
supportive
9S?
more.
So we don't have to use this checkbox for now, which is exempt from placement by age. So we are not doing that. Let's click on save. So this is in past status. Again, as we have gone through the secondary approval process, we will again do the same thing. But I'm not showing you the secondary approval process again in this scenario. Carmen or Bethany or Bala, if you want to add something here before we move on to the next example.
Yeah, the technical piece, Bala and Carmen, you could help me out with making sure that the family, the new family and the old family, there's no connection. Can you just highlight that piece? That they're like separate households.
Yeah, so this one, if you see, is the new family where we moved Jason to. So if I go forward and this was the previous family where Jason is moved already. So you can see that there is a start date for the child and there is also end date as today's. So if I come back and see the family tomorrow, I can always see that this child will always go to inactive family members list because this child is completely moved to a different family now.
Yeah. So it's just important. I'll just reiterate the importance of when a child is either going into foster care or reunifying with the family, that we're really treating these as separate households, not sharing any common information between, and the system allows you to delink that child or inactivate the child in each household. But in other situations, it might be appropriate to keep some connection there for like a general, like a income eligible that just has a custody agreement. But for DCF, we're really severing that connection. And Carmen, I don't know if there's anything to add or Bala with what I just explained.
But with DCF, as you might have noticed, there's a slight difference in the way the information is entered. For income eligible, you have to enter the activity, service need, and income details. But for DCF, all you need is a referral. And then the authorization is based on that referral.
Okay. So I think, Mohair, we can move on to the last scenario, which is regarding terminations. So we have a two-parent household that has 2 children that are now enrolled in your program and their placement ends in June. You've learned that they're moving out of the state before their authorization end date. So Maher is going to take us through how to the notice of termination and the CCFA coding in her last demo.
So here we are talking about how to move a child to we are trying to move this child to, we are trying to do an, termination here. Yeah. So Matthew and Marie has 2 children who have enrolled in our program, and their placement is basically ending in July. And now we know that they are moving out of state before their authorization end date. So what we do is we enter the information into CCFA and check the end dates and enter the notes there. And we do the termination. So now, first, let's go to authorization. Right, first go to the placements. We'll click the placement sign here. So here we can see that this end date is 7/2/2025. So what we have to do is we will go and terminate the placement. Let's click on go. So select the reason for termination. We will say there is an option.
Residency outside of Commonwealth.
Sorry, Bala. Residency outside of Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Let's say notice date is as today's, or let's say it is as today's. Termination will also be as today. So
the
yeah,
termination would be the last day of the current placement,
of the current
which
placement.
is 7/2.
7/2. So comments is moving out of state. Let's click on save. So we have terminated one, and then let's go ahead and terminate for the next child. Again, from action dropdown, we will select as terminate and click on go. We'll use the same reason, residency outside of Commonwealth. Notice date as today's.
Notice date is the date that the family notifies you, and then the termination day would be the last day the child is
Last day
receiving.
of receiving the care. So again, the same thing, moving out of state. Click on save.
And while you're doing that, Carmen, there is a question in the chat. For this scenario, is the turn date 2 weeks from the notice, from when
we are
you're
notified? Unfortunately, in this scenario, no, because it ends before you are able to give 2 weeks notice, right? So normally it would be a 2-week notice. On this one, you cannot give the 2 weeks because it ends. But the other thing that I wanted to point out is, you should never just end a placement. Like the question could be, why are you entering a termination when it's gonna end the same day as their authorization? The reason is because if we go to look at it, we want to say, well, why didn't this family reauthorize? Oh, we see a termination here and they've moved out of state. So you should always terminate the placement with the appropriate reason for it. Okay. And CCFA, and we keep working on CCFA so that if the end date should be brought in, CCFA will do that. You should not touch the authorization end date. CCFA will handle that. And we keep trying to update that for any reason why it should. Hope that helps.
Right. Thank you so much, Carmen. So, Bethany, I think I'm done here. You can.
Yeah. And Carmen, did we want to add something around notes for requests for reviews in this, you said for terminations?
No, so basically what we're saying is what I said, is that you should never give someone a notice of termination and not enter it into CCFA. And anytime you give someone a notice of termination, you should attach the request for review, even if it's a voluntary termination change of provider. I know you're probably saying, well, that doesn't make sense because the parent is asking us to terminate, but you're better off giving them the request for review, giving them the notice of termination. Everything is clear and written down, and everything is represented in CCFA. One thing that Mohair did discuss early on is the notes section in CCFA. And you should take advantage of that, right? Because there are note sections not only on the family detail page, but I believe on the personal detail page. On the authorizations, there are note sections everywhere. And, you know, it's a good tool to use, okay? And that, I think, is it, Bethany.
All right. So thank you, Mohair, for taking us through the adding a child into CCFA from kinder weight, or when we just receive a referral, doing the eligibility piece, secondary authorization, and just taking us through these different scenarios of change reporting to terminations. So now what we're going to do is take a quick 5-minute stretch break for those. We are going to be moving into Alicia's area of expertise, which is around closures, attendance, and billing. And Bala will be walking us through that process, but we want to give folks just a few minutes to stretch, hydrate, etc., as we prepare for that. So right now it is 3:16. If we could come back at around 3:12. I'm sorry, not 12, 22. Sorry for the awkward numbers. But we'll get started. We're just trying to allow you enough time for questions. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you all. Hand it over to Alicia and we'll get started. Thanks, Alicia.
Sure. Thanks, Bethany. Welcome back, everyone. Hope this time has been beneficial to all of you as you are learning the system aspect to our financial assistance policy. In the month of May, we did meet to have our financial management policy. And during that training, we went through the policy related to billing, attendance, and being reimbursed by EEC based on those policies. So this section, we will walk through the approved closure schedule, how to enter approved closures. During that training, we learned that approved closures include your flexible closures, your holiday and professional development days are included in approved closure. We'll also go through some attendance scenario, whether it's an intermittent placement, a school age placement, or a regular placement. We'll do a sub-care example as well. And then I know there was a few questions surrounding entering vacations and the submission of the approved closure schedule. And so we'll, as the scenarios are coming, as Bala is doing the demonstration, I'll jump in on certain areas to talk about some of those questions that were brought forth from you guys. All right, so I will turn it over to Bala, who's going to start first with the approved closure schedule.
Thanks, Alicia. Let me share my screen. All right. So I am logged in as the org admin for Guild Upside Agnes, continuing it where Mohair left off. We're going to do the closures for the same admin. And as Alicia pointed out, we'll do different kinds of closures. There are a couple of demo scenarios that we have. So let's start with a center-based location. Now, as you can see, there's a link to my primary organization. If you click on that, it'll take you to the admin org, and then under that, you can see a list of sub-providers. You also have a drop-down that you can pick from. So from the drop-down, I'll just pick one of the locations that we've been using for this demo. which is the Gardner location. Timeout, again, test environment, you'll not have these issues when you do this in production. So I'm at the Gardner location, and we'll start with adding a professional development day. So when you are on provider details, the page is pretty similar to what you saw with the family details. There's a summary section on the right where you have all the provider information, name, address, who's the admin, CCFA status, whether they're active or not, QRIS, and some additional information from the licensing application, which is lead. So you have all of that information. The current active agreements are listed at the bottom of the summary section. And on the left of the page, you have other details for the provider, name, tax IDs, CCFA OID that we refer to and useful when you submit tickets. So always refer to the OID when you submit a ticket for a provider. Address information, contacts for a provider, telephone numbers, and then the schedule. So this is the schedule for the provider right now, sorry, the admin schedule, and then the provider schedule. So these are the holidays that are currently there for the provider. It lists the 2 years worth of holidays in this section. And then if you scroll further below, you can see the programs that are active at the location. If it were a family childcare provider, you can look at the relationship changes. If they were with the system, then became an independent, all of that information would be listed under the relationship section. With like with any other page in CCFA, you have an option to enter notes even on provider details. So every note that you enter would be displayed in the section above here. Once you enter, you cannot edit a note. You can follow it up with a corrected note if you need to. Now going back to adding closures. So under provider details, if you go into the action drop-down, you'll see an option to manage schedule. And if I click on go, it'll take me to a page where you can see the closures for the current fiscal year. So the fiscal year in this drop-down is defaulted to current year. You can change it. If you want to add to the next fiscal year, you can just change the fiscal year here and then click on add. And before you add anything, you can just review what is there for this fiscal year and this location of care. So these are currently active closures for this provider. Now to add a professional day, I click on add, scroll to the bottom of the page. You'll see a section where you can add the details. You need to select a closure type. So right now, let's say we're adding a professional development day. That's what we choose. Let's say for this demo, I'm going to add the professional day in the month of May. But ideally, you'd enter all your professional days ahead of time so that your schedule is up to date and we don't have any adjustments for missing closures at a later date. And this becomes important when providers switch admins, especially the IFC providers. We've seen a bunch of instances where the professional days were not added on time, and then a year later, trying to update their schedules, which poses billing issues across the board. So try to enter your professional days ahead of time. For this demo, I'm doing it for the month of May, but try to be on top of that as much as possible.
So while Bala is adding that, he made a great point about updating your schedule ahead of time. I know everyone is waiting for their FY26 approved closure form that is looking to go out within the next day. One of the things that you can do now, you can go ahead and add your closure schedule. I know because July 4th is coming up rather quickly. So you can go ahead and add your approved closures to the schedule as Bala is training on that now. He emphasized ensuring that if you know the days that you are taking professional development days, especially if you're an FCC system, to do that upon either now while you're waiting for the FY26 approved closure code or upon EEC's approval of your contract, because we have found a lot of systems not updating the professional development days. A FCC provider has left the system joined another system, and then, 4 or 5 months later, the former system is now adding the professional development days, because you can go back, because of those service months, you can go back and generate ledgers on those providers. So that causes some conflict, because now that provider is potentially having additional professional development days, which is not a part of the contract. It's only the 5 days is only allowed. So that's critical to this. So go back, you can go ahead, Marla, and continue.
Thanks, Alicia. So selected 21st, I can see that there are no closures already there. But if I were to select a day that the provider is already closed, you'd get an error when you try to save that. And for a professional development day, CCFA now allows to select a particular age group. So if you're only closed for toddler program types, you could enter a professional day for that. But if it applies to your entire center, you don't need to select a program type. You can just save it, and the system will automatically add all applicable program types that are active on that day. So if I scroll down, I just added a professional development day for the 21st of May, and you can see it reflected on the schedule. The next scenario we're going to demo is for a family childcare provider. We're entering a flexible closure with a sub-care day. So all sub-care closure requests are added under the provider menu. There's an option called Flex Unpaid Closure with or without a sub-care location. So if you click on that, you'll be taken to a page where you can specify the request type. It defaults to a flexible closure, and that's what we're trying to enter now. So I'm not changing that, but you can see other options listed here. If you select that drop down, and let's say this would be, again, for demo purposes, I'm choosing the prior month, but these need to be entered ahead of time as much as possible. Let's say I want to do it on the 20th, and the provider that I am working with would be Mariella. So I select a provider, and reported on is the day that the provider notified you that they'd be closed and they'd be using a flex closure. And then the comment would be the reason for which they're taking a flex day. Again, not required fields, but as much as possible, try to fill that information in. So if there is a trend like providers not reporting on time, we can see that through the data that you enter. And when I hit submit, you can see the request has been submitted. The next step in this process would be to approve the request. So there's a flexible closure request that was entered through the provider menu. When I'm logged in as org admin, and under the admin menu, I also have an option to review and approve those requests. So I go to flex or unpaid closure, requests by status. The page defaults to, again, current fiscal year 2025, and it only shows the pending requests as of today. And you can see that the closure that I just added for 520 is on the top of my list here. I have an option to process the request. So if I hover over the P, it shows me that I can process the request. So I click on process, at which time the status would change, and then you have an option to assign substitute care. So when I click on A, it'll take me to a page where I can assign substitute care. You will see all the placements active on that selected day at that provider location. So this is the provider, these are the placements that are active on 520, and I see that. If it is a date range, sometimes you can see the child's name listed more than once. And that is not a duplicate. It just means that the child has more than one primary placement during the closure window. And you need to assign subcare for both of the instances that are listed there. So there are 4 children. I can assign substitute care for all 4 of them, or if I want to say that a couple of children have or parents have refused subcare, then you can select that as an option, click on select, and then in the section below, these are occasional placements or school closure only placements. So I I can say that they don't need substitute care. That's why I'm marking them as refused. And then I save that information. On the top of the page, you can see that for the 2 children that I selected, there's an entry that says parent refused or subcare not available. If this was done by mistake, you can delete it always, as long as there's no attendance tied to it. And for the other 2 children, let's say I want to assign subcare at this location that I just selected, which is Brenda. If I click on select again, the page will refresh to show the 2 children for whom the subcare was not assigned. So the ones that were already assigned, you will not see them in this list. Select one or more of them, move them over, and then save. That will assign substitute placements for those 2 children. And on the top of the page, you'll see a message stating that all children have been assigned substitute care. So that is an end-to-end for entering a flex closure request, processing it, and assigning substitute care. Alicia, is there anything you want to add at this point?
No, you can continue on to the next demo.
Okay. Thank you. So the next demo is entering an emergency closure with substitute care again. So all substitute care requests go under the provider menu, the sub care request page. We will select emergency closure option, which is licensing/EEC approved. The language here should not reflect COVID. It's a test environment, so you're seeing this, but this particular reason should be used for any emergency or other approved closures for a provider. And you can see as soon as I change it from flex closure, I can enter a start and end date. So these closures can be for multiple days at a time. Flex closures are 1 day at a time at this point, but other closure types you can enter for more than a day at a time. Doing this for an FCC again. So let's say the 22nd as the emergency closure. If it is a single day, you would select the same day for both start and end. And then under the provider list, you can type in by the OID or the name or even the address. So you can filter it based on all of those criteria. Once again, reported on in comments. We encourage you to enter that for every closure that you enter. Well, in the interest of time, I'm just skipping that, but submitting a request here. So again, it's the same process as you saw for a flexible closure. Request has been submitted. Now it needs to be processed by the admin. Go to admin and requests by status page. Defaults to pending requests. I can change it to show processed or all requests. Let me show you that. So if I click on processed, it will show me all the requests that were previously approved or processed with options to assign subcare. I can also look for canceled requests or just look at every request. There's a message that says it may take a little while to load the page if you select all, and depending on whether it's the start of the fiscal year or later towards the end of fiscal year, the page loads might take some time. But there are options, and to keep things simple, we load all the pending requests when the page initially loads. You can change it however you want to do it. And you also have a filter by. This, wherever you see filter by in CCFA, this is a very generic filter. You can type in anything that you want to filter on, and it looks for any records that match that criteria. So if I want to go by a date or just by a name, you can use the same filter field to search all the data that you see on the page. If I want to look at all flex requests, I can see that, or any other request type. So this is a very powerful tool if you want to filter the data on the page, and this is applicable to all pages. Wherever you find this, it works the same way. Okay, that is the emergency or extreme weather sub care. I am not assigning substitute care at this point or processing this request because I want to show you some of the rejection scenarios when I go to do attendance. The
Bala, can
next,
you show the bank, the time the flexible
balance.
day time off bank?
Yeah. So there are two ways where you look at the flex, where you can look at the flex balances for providers. One is under the admin. You can go to flexible or alternate location of care requests and then look at flex closure usage by provider. That is one page that lists you the balances and also the days that a provider used. Say I filter for the same provider that we've been looking at. So it shows that there is an annual allowance of 130. They've used 160 and a balance of 30. I think rollovers have disappeared here. That's why you're seeing that they've able to use more. There was, I think, a 50 rollover that was there. This is a test environment again. The data may not be 100% accurate, but this is where you can see the balances for any provider. What has been rolled over, what is the current year allowance, how many have been used, and then what is the balance moving forward.
And
The
Bala,
other,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
go,
No,
go
you
ahead.
finish showing.
So the second place where you can see that information is again on the provider details page. So you can search for the provider or just select them from the drop down. And on provider details, there's a section that shows the flex closure balances. As you can see here, we're seeing the prior fiscal year rollover, but on the other page, we did not see it. But yeah, so this is again, we're showing the rollover from prior year, what has been allocated for current year, how many days were taken as flex closures in the current year, and then the balance. So this information is available in two places.
Yes, and Bala, thank you for showing this. We have gotten a couple of questions from FCC educators who have either had their systems waiting to share this information for them. So this is information that we are sharing with them if they are contacting us. But we really wanted to show you that you have this at the tip of your fingers to be able to either provide a screenshot or something to your FCC educators to keep them up to date with the closures they've used and their balances. So during those key times of the year, especially at the end of the year, this is a great place to go as you're talking to your FCC educators around their flex days. Thank you, Bala. And we did say that on July 1, you'll sort of see the update of the time given for folks
Correct.
in the system.
The allotment for the next fiscal year would be available on July 1st. Yeah.
Thank you.
Moving on, so the last of the closure types that I'll be demoing is a no transportation day. For this, I'll switch back to the center-based provider that we were looking at earlier. And if I go to manage schedule again, it'll be a different type of closure that I add for a no transportation day. So current fiscal year, I click on add. And you can see there's a partial closure weather facility. Again, COVID should not be on this description, but this is what you'd use to enter a no transportation day. If you had a bus failure or any other reason where the center is partially closed, so one of the classrooms is closed, but while the others are still active, you could use this day. Or even within a classroom, if a bus for one area broke down and the children could not attend, you could use this as closure type that's entered for that day. What this allows is to enter the child as enrolled or absent because of no transportation. Or sorry, as a closure day, not an absence for no transportation. As I've been mentioning, I'll just, for the purpose of attendance demos, I'll just add this as a day in the month of May so I can show it on attendance as to the various options you'll see for that day. We're working with the center-based location here. So let's say they had a breakdown of a bus on the 27th. You can specify the details for why you have a partial closure. Click on save. You'll see that added to the schedule on the top of this page. So 527 partial closure. And that's how you would add a no transportation day. So that concludes the process of entering closures. Alicia, is there anything that you want to add before I move on to the attendance?
Sure. Thanks, Bala. So any questions on adding approved closures to the provider schedule? I know Bala emphasized a couple of times, this is the training environment, so it does still say COVID, but COVID's no longer a reason for an approved closure, but that partial day can be used for no transportation days. So if no questions related to that, we are going to move on to some of the attendance scenarios that have been picked out to be demonstrated for you. And so we'll answer some questions based off of that. So Heidi, hi Heidi. I'm having problems getting the closures to save in CCFA. Any tips? Are we having any issues in CCFA? Bala.
Not that we're aware of. So if there is something that you're facing, would recommend to submit a ticket and we can review and provide the guidance that you might need.
Thanks, Bala. Any other questions? Right. All right, Polly can move ahead to the attendance scenarios.
Yeah, I just thought of one scenario that I've seen in a couple of requests or help desk tickets. When I'm entering a flex closure request, we need to make sure the provider does not have any closures already entered for that day. If there are, you are getting some messages that may not be conveying the message that it should be. It could be confusing as to what you see on the screen, but just go back and check the schedule to see if there's a closure already on that day. Most of the errors that we see are because of that when closures overlap. We're trying to fix the message that shows up to show you a better information on where the overlap is and or what day is causing the error. But until then, just make sure there are no overlaps when entering these requests. Right, moving on to attendance. So you'd go to provider and the attendance option. You'd select the service month for which you're entering the attendance. Defaults to current fiscal year. You select the month of May, which is a full month before June. And then we'll start with the center-based location that we've added all the placements or enter the closures for. You can see these are the only required fields on this page, but on top of that, you also have other options. These come in handy when you have a lot of children at one location. So you could filter who you do the attendance for based on the agreement type. So you could do all voucher children at one time and contracts separately, or you could filter them by program types that you have at your locations. So all infants together or all school age together so that you know what codes to pick for each of those children. And if it gets to it, you can also filter by last name of the child. So you can filter for that as well. I'm not selecting any of those because I know there are a few placements at this location in the test environment. And when I try to enter attendance for a given month, if there are prior months that have not been completed, this is what will show up. So it shows incomplete attendance for this location. If I click on that, it'll take me to a page where it'll list all the prior placements that were not entered or completed in terms of attendance. And one of the reasons for that could be as simple as I've added a placement that's backdated, or I deleted a closure in the past, which reset the attendance. So For any of that reason, if there's attendance missing in the past, you'll be taken to this page and you'll have to work through all the months before you can get to the current month. So I'll just quickly show you how to do that. So I click on the most recent month where I have a link. Since I've not changed any of the attendance, first thing I do is just do a save and review to see if that accepts it. And then I should go back to the same page and repeat this process for all the other months where attendance got reset for some reason. Let me run through this quickly so that we can get to the month of May. I cleared all of this before the demo, but looks like something I did has reverted it back. So sorry you have to go through this, but it's a repetitive process. Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes.
While Paul is walking through that, any attendance questions you think you may have before we walk through some of the demonstrations to make sure we get through this? I know we have a question about vacations. Cassie asks, is there an option to import an Excel or CSV type file for attendance entry? And I believe not at this time. There's no import into CCFA at this time. Any other questions? I will go ahead and address the vacation question. So someone asked, what do I enter if a family is going on vacation? So that actually is related to our absence policy. There isn't a code for vacation. So what you want to do definitely is communicate with the family to see, is this a short vacation or a much longer vacation, because then those vacation days would be entered as explained absences because the parent has indicated that they are taking some time away from the program. So those would be entered as explained absences. Now, if the parent is discussing they will be in another country, particularly for over a month, then you may want to talk to them about an approved break in care. And so that would terminate their placement with approved break in care as the reason. And then that would, they keep their authorization, so that would only be on the placement. The authorization will still stand until they would return from their extended time away. So those would be the two different options. At the fiscal management training, I did share the different attendance codes types. And so there were types for explained absences, unexplained absences, and then all of the enrolled codes were also shared during that training. And then the approved closure codes as well. We did share those codes during that training as well. All right, so hopefully that answered that question about vacations. Catherine asks, how do I enter attendance on early release days when a different student attends a different school that does not have the same schedule? So I think when Bala showed that provider schedule, you would enter the early release days on the provider schedule first. That way the approved closure code would be available to that student for those students for that day. So it would start on the provider schedule. You would enter early release day on the provider schedule. And I think if we have time, we can circle back to the provider example that we use. It did have early release days on the schedule.
Yeah, I can walk through that when we get to the month of May. I think we're there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Katie asked if a family is going on a long vacation for over a month and they do not want the approved break in care because they do not want to lose the slot. What happens? You would still enter in the explained absences. And let me go back to what we shared during that training. All right. So I think the key thing is if you're going to put explained absences in the system, remember parent fee is still required. So that's a question. So this is a communication, a conversation you need to have with the family. Parent fee is still required because what will happen, again, they will accumulate parent fee, unpaid parent fees during that time. We do have options for terminating a placement if they have 45 non-attended days. A two-week termination may be issued on 46th day. Again, this is on the placement, and this is conversation with the family and ensuring that the parent fee is discussed while they're away for longer than a month. So make sure they know what all of their options are. There's a pre-breaking care option. There is, the risk of the 45 non-attended days, but they still have the obligation to pay the parent fee. But ultimately, it's on the placement where the termination would be entered if that needs to happen. Carmen, am I missing anything else when it comes to attendance and long vacations?
No, you pretty much captured everything.
Okay, great. All right, and Paul, I think this question may be for you. As they're seeing, sometimes we see rejected attendance on FCCs for several months, and we do not know why this occurred. Usually nothing that we control on our end. Can we get notified why this is happening?
So whenever attendance is rejected, you would see a notification as to why attendance was rejected. And if we're talking about resetting attendance, that happens when you update rates on a provider or when there's a retro rate increase, you'll see multiple months of attendance being reset. It's not rejected, but it's basically reset so that you can reprocess the ledgers and see if there's a difference because of the new billing rate or a rate increase. Again, like I mentioned earlier, if you're changing closures, that is also a reason where attendance would get reset because you added a new closure or deleted something that was a closure in the past. The attendance for those days are deleted and you'd have to re-enter because of the change in the schedule. Right, so we are good to go with the month of May for the center-based location. I selected the May and the location on the provider attendance screen. Clicking on next. So this is the attendance screen. The service month is listed on the top of the page. The entire attendance is broken down by week. So it starts on a Sunday and ends on a Saturday. You can switch through weeks by clicking on the numbers listed. These are the number of the week for that month. So week 1 is starting Thursday. And then you'll see all the placements that are active in that month at the location that you selected. In this instance, the page defaults to 10 placements. If you scroll down, you'll see the total placements that are there, which is 19. I can change the number from 10 to 25, let's say, to see all placements on a single page. And within each placement, so each color-coded row here is a placement by itself. You can see the name of the child, whether it's a contract or a voucher. The C stands for a contract. And the funding source, income eligible. If there's another funding source, you'll see that there. Start date and end date of the placement, the program type, and whether the placement is a regular or intermittent. You can also see the schedule that was selected on the placement. So this was added as an after-school intermittent placement. So you can see after school has the schedule with one-way transportation on whatever days the child was scheduled to attend. On the right of the page, you'll see totals for the month. So how many days has the child been marked as after school in the month? How many days with one-way transportation? How many days with two-way transportation? If there are absences, you'll see those counts listed here as well. The calendar icon, if you click on that, it'll take you to a page where you can see the attendances for that placement for that month. So that's opening in a new page. I'm going back to the attendance screen. All of these placements that we have start on week 3. So 5/13 is the earliest that I'm seeing here. So let's quickly jump to that week. So week 3. I added some attendance to save some time during the demo, but the first week of this month, I just left it blank. So I can show you how you'd enter attendance here. And that's one of the reasons you're seeing some counts for this placement, even though this week there's no attendance. If I switch to 4 and 5, weeks 4 and 5, there are some attendance that I pre-filled. Change the list to show 25 placements. For the first child, there's an option here that says as scheduled. So if I click on that, it'll enter the attendance based on the child schedule that's on the placement. So this is an after-school placement with one-way transportation, and that is how the attendance is entered by default when you click on as scheduled. If the child were absent for a day or two, you can then change it to an absence code. So the first scenarios that we talk about here are toddler placements. Let's say a filter for toddler. And you can see that there are 2 toddler placements that are not intermittent. So they've been entered as full-time without an option for intermittent and no transportation. So that's what the schedule shows. And I just click on as scheduled. It's a straightforward scenario. There's no change to the schedule. The second scenario is actually, I think, let me show you how to enter some explained or unexplained absences on these as well. So this is enrolled. As you can see, EN stands for enrolled. There's a legend here that you can look at as to what each of those attendance codes mean, and including the transportation options as well. So EN stands for enrolled. If the child had an explained absence, you'd mark it as EA. And if the child had an unexplained absence, you'd mark it as a UA, unexplained absence. Both are color coded differently so that you don't miss the changes to the regular attendance codes.
So this would go with the question about vacation. So you would enter, and if it was decided it would be an explained absence, you would enter those placements as the attendance as explained absence for that family.
Okay, let's save this. I want to continue with attendance. Moving on to the next scenario, we look for a preschool child that has a flexible placement. So I have 3 of those here. And if I want to know how many days the flex placement is for, I can click on the child's name, which would open a different timeout again. So it would open the placement in a different window, and I can see the number of days the child is scheduled to attend. Go back to attendance. The other way you can tell the number of days they have been scheduled is this field that lists as flex hours. This adds 10 hours for every flex day they have on their placement schedule. So since all of these are 4-day flex placements, they all start with 40 hours for each week we enter attendance. And as you start entering the attendance, let's say this child attended as scheduled for that day, I entered as enrolled, and the hours have reduced from 40 to 30. And if I do the second day, you'll see that going down to 20. So these are life balances for the week for the flex children. So at any point, you cannot use more than the hours that you see here. I'll explain more when we get to a full week, the following week, because this placement started midweek. We're only seeing 3 days. And any day where the placement is not valid or does not start, you'll see it as a gray. And in this provider is closed on Saturdays and Sundays. So those are always grayed out. You cannot mark any attendance on those days. I'll mark all of these as enrolled with no transportation because that's how the placements have been set up. And as you can see, there is no scheduled option for these placements. There's no schedule that we can work with. That's the reason you have to enter these manually. And this placement was active for 4 days in the week, and that's why you have no more hours that you can use. If the fifth day was enabled here, you would have to select a code that says not applicable because they can only bill for 4 days a week, not 5, based on the flex days they have. So I saved this. Any questions on the flexible schedules before I move on to the next scenario?
Nope, you can go right ahead.
All right, so the next scenario we're talking about are school age children, which is the before and after. So if I filter for before and after, I'll see all placements that are applicable for that program type. And since they have a set schedule, I have a scheduled option. And if I click on that, it'll add two-way transportation and the enroll code by default. Now for this scenario, just want to show a couple of variations. So unexplained absence, again, because this is an after school, you have a lot of attendance codes that you see, and add to that, there's intermittent. So if the child were absent, this is a before and after placement. So if the child were absent for after school, you'd select all the absence code that start with AS, which is after school explained absence, and then the transportation code that follows it. Similarly, if the child was absent for before school, then you can mark them as before school explained or unexplained. And if it were supposed to be an intermittent day, you have an option for intermittent full day explained, intermittent part day explained absence or unexplained. So these are the variations of the absence and attendance codes based on the type of placement that you have. Let's say they have 3 unexplained after school absences. I'd enter it like this. Now this child attended on all of these as scheduled. Same with the other children, let's say. And I save all my entries. Saving, again, you can click on save at the bottom of the page, or when you move from one week to the next, it'll save all the changes you made on the current week. Before I proceed with that, let me just complete the attendance for this week. Occasional placements, I just want to talk about that a little. So occasional placements, they are default as NA. You don't have to do anything. The only day you change this is when the child actually receives care. And on that, you don't have an as scheduled. Again, you'd have to pick a specific code that applies to that particular child. So whether they're using it as an intermittent enroll day or a explained unexplained absence, however you want to mark that child. So by default, they're not billed. You have to change it manually for any day the child attends. So I'm done with week 1. Looks like I filled all of the days here. And if I click on 4, the system automatically saves any changes I made. You don't have to click save every time. Just changing to a different week would save all your changes. And 23rd is the day that I had an early release day on this provider schedule. And that's highlighted with a different color, just so you know that it's a different kind of closure for that provider. And this is where you'd, for example, it's a before and after placement with intermittent. And because it's an early release day for school, the child was there for more than the before school and after school. They were there for a longer duration. And that's where you are allowed to enter an intermittent attendance code.
I'll quickly jump in here, Bala. So for whoever, someone asked a question about, the different students that may come into your program from different schools. If you look at this screen, if you want to select intermittent for that child, Bala. So say if the first two children come from the same school, but the rest of the children from different schools, but they don't have an early release day, you would still put them as enrolled. And then you would be billed based on the schedule for those days. So that's a difference. But the color helps you know that, hey, yes, I did add early release on my provider schedule, and it lets you know that Friday, May 23rd was the early release day for some of your children, but not all of your children. So you're able to select the appropriate code for those children.
Yep. Thanks, Alicia. There are other closures at this provider, but they're not highlighted. You would still see some additional codes like a closure full day or an intermittent closure, but those are not early release days. So you would select the appropriate code for this. So this is what I was talking about when I talked about flex placements earlier. These placements are 4-day flex placements, and this is a 5-day week. So what the system allows you is enter 4 days as enrolled. The 5th day has to be an NA. If I try to choose anything else, I'll get an error saying has exceeded the hours allocated. And again, this is not very clean at this point, but we're trying to work on resolving this. Once you have that error, the only way to fix that would be to change your enrolled attendance and then re-enter that so that you have all the days. So let's save. Click on yes. Let's see the flex hours should be updated to 40 once I save, and then I can go back and mark the child as enrolled.
Kelly asks if a child who attends before and after school, but is absent on before school and comes to after school, what code am I using? So there was a legend that showed the variations of before school explained absence, after school explained absence, before school unexplained absence, after school explained absence. So it's a long list. We also included in the training PowerPoint. So the legend does show those, there it is right there, after school explained absence and if there's transportation or not.
Yeah. And you'll see both for before and after, so you can pick one or the other where the child was absent. And if they're absent for both before and after, you'd select a EA code, which is an explained absence for both. This is an after school zone, so let's bring it up here. So after school explained, before school explained absence, and then explained absence means they're absent for both before school and after school.
So Patricia asked, can I enter a child as flex for 5 days a week since the mom keeps him home on the days she doesn't work, but I don't know beforehand? Can I still enter only 3 days of the week if the child is absent on the other days? So, and Carmen, you can jump on this. I wouldn't, so marking that child absent on the other days charge the parent a parent fee. So we want to be mindful of that piece as well, of that, the 5 flexible days. And so what does that placement look like?
So if it's only 3 days a week that the parent uses, and it could be any 3 days, you'd set it up as a 3-day flex placement. And the other days where the child is not attending, you'd use the code NA. That allows you to bill for 3 days a week, and then the rest of the days are NAs. And if they were absent within the 3 days that they are supposed to attend, you could use the absence codes on those days.
Thanks, Bala.
I think that is it in terms of attendance.
Do we can jump into billing since we have 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll save this. Let's do a save and review. So once I'm done with all my attendance, um, looks like I added some closures for the next week as well. Let me complete that. Yeah, this week seems fine. Week 5. Trying to make sure that all of the attendance is accounted for. Let's save it. Still getting an error.
While Bala is updating attendance, any other attendance questions? Go ahead, Kelly.
I'm sorry, I'm just really confused now. I've been using the ENO codes, ENO1, ENO2. So now if I have a before and after school student, we should be using if they're absent for before school, we use the before school code, and then you know that they were still here after school.
Bala, is that how that reads? If you use one.
So if they were absent for before school, you would mark it as before school absence. So the system knows that they attended after school. Yeah.
Okay, so no more ENO or EN1, EN2.
EN is when they attend both. If they're missing one of those, you should mark them as absent for whatever program they were absent, and the system would assume that they attended the other half.
Okay, so if they're here for both, it's EN2. And if they're absent from one, then we use the other code. If it's before school, it's the BS. If it's the after school, it's the AS.
Correct.
And then what about intermittent full-time for like summer? The IFEAO and IF, are we
Yes.
using?
Yeah,
Okay,
intermittent for placements with an intermittent option, yes, you would use the intermittent attendance codes, or
okay,
IE, which is the intermittent enroll code.
right. And then if they're a regular type, if they come through on a voucher as a regular, that's just the AEO, unless there's transportation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So finished entering all the attendance, just did a save and review.
All right. So Patricia has one more question. So if a child attends random days each week and I don't want to bill mom parent fee and the provider understands that she won't get paid for the days that she does not attend care, can I still enter? So Patricia, what I'll ask you to do is, this sounds like more of a policy question rather than a CCFA system question. Why don't you send that into EEC subsidy manager so we can help walk you through this parent's schedule. I'm not sure if this is an actual scenario or if you're just bringing out a scenario. That way we can provide you with the best schedule for the parent, but also to make sure the provider is maximized when it comes to reimbursement. I think that will be the best thing to do here. Thank you.
Right, I think moving forward, so once I complete all my attendance, hit save and review, on the pop-up you'd say, no, I'm done here, and it'll take you to this page where you can generate ledgers for that location. So you can see I went through completing the attendance for all of these months that were rejected earlier. And when I generate ledgers, the status here would change from ready to submit to processing. So I agree to this message that shows up. And then once I do that, the status updates from ready to submit to processing. And that takes some time because this happens behind the scenes. There's a work queue that runs, tries to calculate all the invoices for that particular provider and the service months that you're trying to bill. You can continue with moving on to the next provider in your attendance process. You don't have to wait for this to complete. Once this completes, the status would be updated to billed, like you see for all the prior months. And you will see the provider listed under billing and pending invoices. So that takes us to the next step, which is the billing functionality. Let me just refresh this page to see if this is done. As you can see, this location has a lot of placements in the prior months. I had to remove a lot of them. But since the attendance got reset, this might take a while to process. I'm going to show you a provider that I had already generated ledgers for. So once that ledger generation completes and you see a status of billed, you go to billing, pending invoices. This is how the providers would show up here. So you can see the provider ID, the name, the total for the month. And you have two options. One is to approve, the other is to reject. So if you reject, the attendance status would be marked as rejected. You'd have to go through the attendance again, save and review for every month, and then generate ledgers again after fixing whatever you need to fix. So this allows you to review the invoice, and if there's some issue with the attendance or whatever it is, you can reject and regenerate ledgers. If you click on the plus, it shows you the details of all the placements that have been billed and the service month. Again, the filter here would be useful, so you can search for a specific billing month or a specific placement. You can slice and dice the data to look and review at that information. For each placement and service month, you'll see the number of days that were billed, the amount for that. And if you click on the name of the child, it'll take you to the same attendance screen that we saw earlier, where you saw the summary of the month, all the attendances for that month. Along with that, you'll also see the invoices that were created for that month. So for this child, for the month of December, this is the amount that CCFA calculated based on the attendance that was entered. So you can review this for all the children. There's also option to export this in a CSV file, which opens it in Excel. So if I do that, this is how it would look, a CSV file. Basically, it lists the provider, all their placements, details of the placement, what service month we're looking at, and then the breakdown of the billing for that placement. So that's what's there in that spreadsheet. And this you can do it for each provider. Let me just refresh the page to see if billing has been processed for the Gardner location. Yeah, you can see the numbers getting updated here. It may still be processing, but I'll show you the next step. So once a provider is reviewed, you can click on the green check here, and that would remove them from the pending invoice list. And then you can go to review submission page where you'll be able to see the approved invoices denied. If anything was denied in the past, you'll be able to see that. And you'll also see providers where attendance is missing. So that's a review page that will help you look at your organization as a whole for all the locations. And if you choose to submit billing, you should be able to do that at that point. This page does take a little long, especially because the location that the admin that we're working with has multiple locations, and some of those have really huge number of placements. Alicia, was there anything you wanted to add in terms of billing here while we wait for the page actually to load it?
Okay, we have a couple of questions. Let me see if we can go back through some of the questions. All right. Peg, so Peg, we did walk through the scenario of if a family did go on vacation, at least did indicate what would be the code in those scenarios. But the main thing is communicating with the family to determine, is this a short vacation and more extended vacation? Ultimately, yes, you would use explain absence as the code indicating to the family. Explain absence means the parent fee still applies.
That
So
was really my question. I'm sorry, Alicia.
yeah.
That was really my question is because I told you I was not going to be here this week. You still owe the fee.
Yes. An explained absence would indicate their parent fee will still be applied. So the other option is if they want to take an approved break-in care. And so that would mean you would terminate the placement with approved break-in care, though just the placement, not the authorization. That would be the code, and then that would stop their parent fee, but also stops the billing for your organization. It opens up the slot for your organization. However, if the parent comes back, they still have access to financial assistance. And so if your program does have an opening still, they could come back to your program. If not, then they could get a voucher with the CCR&R. So those are the two options.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm that we were doing it right.
Yes.
Alicia, I do just also want to highlight, a parent actually doesn't have to have an approved break-in care. They can also just choose to give a 2-week notice and leave their placement, and then just must be counseled that they have the authorization still in place. So again, it's the same idea that they still have access to the benefit of CCFA, but they're leaving their placement and can return, any to, either a voucher, or if your program has an opening, they could return to that authorization. So just counseling families on kind of the difference between, having that approved break-in care in place, simply giving notice for their current placement, or if it is a time that they would still be responsible for the parent fee. But then, may still have their slot at your program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, continuing with the demo. So I was looking at the different tabs I was talking about earlier. So you can see the list of approved providers, anybody that you've denied in this month and are not being reprocessed, or something that the work queue is still processing. You'll see on the processing tab. And then these are the locations where attendance was not entered or ledgers not generated yet. So those are the different tabs you see. Let's refresh the page. Once the processing is done, this would disappear. They'd move under approved, whoever is listed on the processing tab. As you can see, there's an approved invoice, and the page again is split into two sections. On the top is the voucher. If you scroll down, this contract. On pending invoices, the contracts are on the top and vouchers are on the bottom. Don't know why that was done that way, but that's been like that. So you can see the list of providers that were approved for contract and voucher. If for some reason you need to revert them back and reject and regenerate, you should be able to do that using the revert button here. If everything looks good, you want to submit without all of these providers under the missing tab, then you can apply recon. Ideally, we wouldn't recommend doing that. You should be completing attendance for all your locations before you submit your billing. Because you can only submit billing once a month. And if you miss a provider, they'd have to wait for the next month before we can bill them. So once I apply recon, the status again changes on this page. Goes to recon processing, and once that is complete, that's when you would see an option to generate some draft reports. And if everything looks good, you should be able to submit billing at that time as well. So let me refresh the page to see what's going on with recon. We're almost at the end of this demo. I know we're like a couple of minutes over. So please bear with me.
All right, any other questions or clarifications needed? I think we've answered a few in the chat regarding approved break-in cares. Thank you all for hanging on at the end of the billing process.
Yeah, while we wait for that page, I can walk you through some of the reports that we have that will be available for you. So under reports and general reports, you have a couple of reports that are valuable in terms of what you can review. So there's invoiced billing month extract and invoiced service month extract. These are two key reports that will give you all the details for the billing that happened either in a service month or a billing month. So if I go to reports, general reports, and look at invoiced billing month, say I pull up something from 24, since we processed a lot of the current months, say November. Once I click on generate report, it gives me an Excel spreadsheet with all the billing that happened in that month that I selected. So it'll list you the providers that were submitted that month, each placement under that provider, and the amounts broken down by childcare, transportation, copay. All of that information is displayed. As I mentioned, so this is the invoiced billing month extract. So it's for a certain billing date. It includes all the service dates that were billed in that month. For each location, it lists all the placements that were active for that service month. And for each placement, it shows the eligibility information the name of the child, what was the amount to the provider, to the admin. So base amount is to the provider, billing amount is to the admin. Number of full-time days, what is the rate for full-time, part-time days, intermittent days. So it's giving you a lot of information that you could use for verifying the accuracy of the billing. Union dues, all of that information is included here on this report. Sheet 2 is PFML. So for each provider that submitted billing in that month, you will see all the PFML deductions and the EEC match that happened during that month. So all of that information is PFML information is listed on sheet 2. Go back. Let's see if we have. So recon was processing when it last refreshed. I'll click here to refresh it again and switch to the next report that we want to talk about. So invoice billing month is what we looked at. Service month is similar, but it lists all the billing that happened for a given service month. So if they were billed, let's say July was billed in August, and then 6 months down the line there was a rate increase, July was billed again in January. Then if you run this report, it will show you the variation for the month of July, whether it was billed in August or any time later. So that shows you what the exact amount is for that service month. And we also have slot utilization report. So this is another important report that we want to talk about. So if you want to see how many slots have been utilized on a given contract in any given month. So you'd specify the service month. Let's say I want to run it for June, and then I'd pick a contract that I want to see the slot utilization for. So please remember this drop down lists old and new contracts. So anything that started 10/1 would have a 25 listed here, which is current fiscal year. And anything that ends with a 10 are the 2010 contracts that ended in September. So make sure you pick the correct contract when you run the slot utilization report. If you generate a report, it gives you a PDF that breaks down day by day for the month we selected as to what the slot utilization for that given day is. I have a saved report that I'll show. So slot utilization. Let me zoom in a little. So as I mentioned, for each day of the month, so this is the service month of June, and for each day it lists how many awarded slots were there, how many regular slots used. If we're using flex slots, it shows the count of that and the percentage utilization for each program type, as well as you can see the total if you scroll down across all the contract lines. So that's slot utilization. I'm switching back to pending billing. So the recon has been completed now. Sorry, I'm doing back and forth. I just wanted to save some time. So this is the last step of the billing process where you apply recon. The recon has been completed. You can see some reports here. So the SDR reports, these are draft versions of the SDR. Just want to point out that the SDR reports are no longer supported. The reports are still generated through CCFA. But if you see any issues, we will not be making changes to those reports. These are legacy reports, and the current format does not support them fully. Instead of those, we recommend you use the invoice billing month extract or service month extract that I displayed. These are Excel reports. You can generate them in a draft format on this page. And also once EEC approves your payment, you can see them under the reports and general reports. There's a PV here. So if I click on that, it generates a payment voucher that gets submitted to EEC for all the billing that happened in the current month. And once you review all of these reports, you're good with what you see in terms of your billing, you can click submit, and that's when your invoices are submitted to EEC, as well as the CCR&Rs for the contract portion. Also for the voucher. So this is a draft PV that I just generated. It shows the amount that I'm invoicing for each of the contract that I have as guild. So each agreement has one page for itself. So this is a multi-page document that just totals all the placements under a particular agreement and gives you the dollar amount associated with that agreement. Alicia, I think I've covered everything. Is there anything that you wanted to
No, this
go?
was great. Thank you, Bala. Very detailed. I think I'm gonna kick this over to Elise to close it out.
Thank you, Alicia. All right, and thank you, Bala, for bringing us home through the full billing process. And thanks to our providers for sticking with us a couple extra minutes. So at this time, I think we've kind of made it through the full journey through Kinderweight and CCFA, kind of all the way through the process. Happy to answer any last questions before folks get off this afternoon. But if not, thank you so much for your time today. As we stated before, we did record today's session, so we will be getting that out to you shortly, either through Strong Start or through your family access specialist will communicate how it will be available, as well as the slide material that we did use as a refresher. We will also be sure to communicate. Again, just a reminder that we do have monthly CCFA drop-ins that are led by Mopair, where you can get, kind of that immediate technical assistance around CCFA processing. Those are typically made available through the notifications in CCFA, so you will find the schedule there. We did pause them during kind of this training series, so not to overwhelm folks. We know that you gave us a lot of your time through this core service series, so those will be restarting soon, and we will have the schedule up when they are. So that'll be another opportunity for folks to come and ask questions, and those are typically topic specific, and you can sign up for them through the registration link that's available. So again, we thank you so much for your time. And then, if there were specific family scenarios that came up today, please feel free to send them into the EEC Subsidy Management mailbox. Any contract related questions, please feel free to reach out to your family access specialist and myself. And we're happy to obviously continue supporting you with anything that comes up. All right, I'm gonna close it out. We will see all of you soon. Take care.